to keep up with me, okay?
Good to be here. I need a reboot.
You got it.
Aim for that one. Good work.
Came back and healed for a sec.
I need a reboot.
Hits. You okay?
I need a reboot. I need a reboot. I need a reboot.
No problem. Leave it to me.
A mini-boss, huh? Can't wait!
This'll show him. Yeah.
So, I'm finally back after all this time. Welcome back to a new Gundam live build. So, it's been a while since I did a live stream. And honestly, this is probably the best day and probably the only time I could really live stream. So, I thought I'd go ahead and finally bring my return to live stream. I ain't gonna lie. I missed doing this. I really did. And now, I didn't really get a chance to really get my setup right. I do want to say this. One of these streams that's going on, I do not have any login information for. What up, Crocky? It's been a minute. One thing I want to tell y'all is that one of these live streams I do not have login information for. So, if it's working or not, and if a problem happens, I have no way to fix it. But it is good to be back. And I've been good, man. Dealing with a lot. But I'm back as much as I can be. So, but man, it's good to see you. Like I said, man, I miss this, man. I miss doing this. I had to deal with a lot on the personal end, but I definitely found time today to actually live stream. So I decided to go ahead, do a live stream, and get out one of these monthly builds. And just so you know, if you're looking on screen right now, you can see what we're going to build today. So yeah, today it's a monthly live stream and reaction. My goal and my hope is next week. Oops, I thought I was knocked it. My hope and my goal is next week that I can actually, that I can stream. I may try to play some games because I gotta figure out what I wanted to play because I finished up Gundam Breaker 4, so I'm trying to figure out what I can do after this. But at the end of the day, I'm glad to actually have time to actually do this. So it's good to be back. And I'm gonna try to be back a lot more. But yeah, just life has been crazy, but good and bad. And now I'm at a point of, at least for a short time, of some kind of stability. Not good, but just stable. But anyways, enough with the depressing stuff. Let's go ahead and get to the build. But man, it's good to see you, Crocky. Glad to see you come back in the chat, man. Oh, it's good, man. A lot of things. It was work. It was a lot of life stuff. I don't know if you're... I live out here in California, so I'm sure you heard about those fires. Not saying I was in them, but I had to go help out some people. So that was fun. It just was a lot, man. Family stuff, just a crap ton. Life situation. Yeah, work. Well, I'll say this much. When it comes to work, I ain't got to worry about that for a little while. So, yeah. Yeah, the work thing ain't going to happen for a little while. So, yeah, it's just a lot of stuff, man. But at least I kind of know where I'm at. But yeah, it's just a lot of things going on. Yeah. It's good to be back here. Like getting back to this. I've been wanting to get back to this for so long. But yes, we are back. We are back as much as I can be. We are definitely back with the live stream. So, and I plan on doing this a lot more now, hopefully. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Because the one thing I learned is everything keeps happening. All the freaking time, no matter what I do. Man, it's just nice. And like I said, the good news is, I'm not sure if you heard me last time I came, but I also upgraded my stream so I can actually see the chat now. I know you can't see on your side, but that's why I'm able to respond right away. So we definitely made some improvements, and I'm happy to finally get to the improvements. Like right now, I just saw you. Nice. I used to have to break my neck to read this. Now it's just right here, comfortable. Just like this is a great feeling. I put in a lot of work to make sure that this stream is nice, and I'm ecstatic. I'm happy to be here. Oh man, it just feels so good. I ain't gonna lie. Oh yeah, that needs to turn off. Where is that? Boom. And just so you know, this is what we're building today. And of course, we're going to get to the reaction to this. I mean, get to watching the video in a sec, but that's what we're going to build today. There we go. Come on, camera. There we go. Yep. So there we go. Whew. So let's go to the... Oh, is it out? I saw the trailer for it. I didn't know it was coming out. Oh, I gotta check that out. You see, I wish. That's one thing I wish we can do is I wish that we could actually like live stream shows and stuff, but I know that a lot of people get their streams taken down for that. One day we'll get to the point where we can actually stream some actual shows. Man. Let me correct this light. This light is glaring. There we go. That's better. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna check that out. I didn't even know it was out. I only saw a trailer of it, but man, shoot, hold on. See if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. No, that's the wrong one. Where's it at? Oh, do I not have it on disc? Dang it. Okay, I don't have the disc version. But like I said, I've been wanting to buy that game too. I've been wanting to buy the last one, Strive, because I bought... Well, I take it back. I have bought Guilty Gear since, what is this, Sign? No. I think I bought Guilty Gear, was it the Double X, I want to say? But yeah, now I'm watching that. As soon... I didn't even know it was out. As soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm definitely going to check that out. Thanks for letting me know, Crocky. Because, yeah, I want to see that. I'm a big Guilty Gear fan. One of my favorite fighting game franchises of all time. One of them. Next time I do a test stream, I'll try it. We'll see if we can get away with it, because I would love to start watching some shows on stream. Especially when I do these live Gundam builds. That would be pretty fun. Why is this thing not coming? Oh, it's stable. That's what's going on. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm down. Like I said, I'm gonna look into it. Oh, I read it wrong. The trailer. I thought you meant the show's out. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I saw the trailer. You know, we could watch the trailer. We shouldn't get hit for watching a trailer, right? I could at least put up the trailer. Why not? Go here. Where is it at? Where are we at? we should be able to watch the trailer. Check this out right now. There it is. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna check this out right now. There's no audio? Ah, what? I'm seeing audio on my end. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, I'm getting audio on my end. Huh. All right, let me check. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. All right. Okay, hold on. I'm working on it right now. I'm trying to figure out why there's not any audio coming through. There should be. Okay, hold on. I'm working on it right now. I'm trying to figure out why there's not. Well, stop. Quiet. God, that was loud. Okay. All right, well, my mic works.
The camper. I love the camper.
Shut up. Okay, hold on. All right, let's see if I can fix this. I'm getting audio. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. We're gonna get this working for sure. Okay. Let's see if this one works. Where are you at? Alright. Okay, let's see if this audio works. Oh yeah, this one came out.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet.
I got this.
Fargo, send Kaz $145 to Zelle.
Smooth.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Several years ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. The plot was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a soul ninja. However, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk fell an endless downpour of cursed rain.
All right, okay, so I guess I can't showcase a large one. I got to keep the small one. I don't know why that happened.
Facility.
But at least we got audio, so we're good.
Commencing mission.
I got to make sure to talk about this. Yeah, I got it working. Yeah, I got it working everywhere. So I don't know. I guess, like I said, I guess I can't watch YouTube through that link. Or I guess through that setting, something I did. I don't know. Either way, we got it working. That's all that matters. Let's see, like. I don't know if anybody.
Whatever your clan is plotting, it ends here.
Yeah. Do you know how long I've been waiting for Ninja Gaiden to come back?
Back off, Hayabusa. I will execute my mission.
Was there like a conference that happened? I wonder if it's like a gaming conference. Let's see if there's anything I can. Okay, Developer Direct. That's what it is. Can we just get like a trailer playlist? It's just stupid. Let me go here. Let me go to. That's not what I wanted. Alright, whatever. Uh-oh. Why is the stream acting shaky? No, this one works. This one works. Uh-oh, Twitch. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but Twitch seems to be... Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. Huh, that was weird. Okay, Twitch is back up. Huh. I don't know why Twitch paused for a sec. Either way, let's go to the... There we go. Okay, here we go. What's this?
Rated mature.
I've been having nightmares.
All right, I want to go through some of these. I never saw this. But first, let me showcase this, and we'll go through some of these. Woo. All right. Got the stickers. Okay, I think that's right. Whatever. Here you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now I can see it. Ha. All right, there we go. All right, that's one. This one. That one. That one. That one. What time? Oh, jeez, it's 12:30. Okay, yeah, we're gonna watch some of these game trailers because I did not watch these, so I want to go through some of these. There's that. Boop. There's this. Boop. There's this one. Oh man, I love this autofocus. It actually works now. All right. There's these. There's this one. And I saw stickers that we're probably only going to use 2. All right. Okay. Give me one sec. Let me go. Gotta grab the rest of my tools. All right, let's go ahead, build, and watch some of these trailers because I did not get a chance to check out any of these. I've been wanting to see them.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
Oh, is this a playlist? No.
Legacy can take many forms, right? Learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
Wait, I hear something.
Get ready.
Weird. Try.
Is that a Kestrel?
I still can't believe they exist.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I just need one foot. Aha!
You can turn into a Levron.
Bonjour, mes amis.
We need to cross the sea? Bulger said you could help?
All right. Ready to sail like a snail.
This is a much better way to travel.
We're gonna take down the painters, just the 3 of us?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward. Patrons.
CB1 piece.
As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
Alright, that looks pretty cool.
I'm so very sorry. My friend.
Alright, that one looks pretty cool. I like that one.
You're good to go. It's hard to...
What's this?
Peggy 7.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a collection of games. Oh. Huh. Never heard of that one. Ooh. Just so you know, I upgraded my clippers, my nippers. These are upgrade. So I'm actually using these for the first time on this kit, and it actually does feel pretty good. Now, these are not the best ones. I want to get the better ones, but yeah, these cut a lot better than the original ones. Still bad, but man. Yeah, this is definitely better. Wow, yeah, there's definitely a difference in this one. Oh man. I'm glad I upgrade these. These just feels a lot better. It's 32, 18, C1. All right, let's go back to this. And I played almost all these games. Okay. Reach this chat. Let's do this properly. Okay, here we go. All right. Chat is rearranged. There we go. Fine, we'll watch the entire thing. It's cool. We'll watch the entire thing. Why not?
Okay, Dad for the win.
I don't know. I'm not very good at this game.
Oh, it's in the bag.
One word.
That's ridiculous. Alright. I want to watch this. I haven't seen this yet. Number 13. Studios. There we go. Okay. All right, we're good. Developers Direct. Okay, yeah, this is Ninja Gaiden, which we already saw earlier. Man, I've been waiting for this franchise to come back for so long.
Konnichiwa, Koei Tecmo Gamesチーム忍者の安田文彦です。
Hey, what's up? Matt, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the channel. Definitely appreciate it. Welcome to, if you don't know, welcome to my Gundam live build where we just sit here. I build Gundams once a month and we react to different, we watch different videos and react and have a good time. So, welcome. Thank you for checking out the chat. Definitely appreciate it. Right now we're looking at this Xbox Developer Direct because I didn't get a chance to watch it, so I'm watching it right now. Seeing if there's anything I might be interested in, but welcome to the stream. Definitely appreciate it.
アクションシリーズの新情報を発表できる機会をいただけてとても嬉しく思います。早速ですが、こちらをご覧ください。
Several years ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. The plot was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a sole ninja. However, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk fell an endless downpour of cursed rain.
Alright.
The abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle against chaos to this day.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission.
Gundam, I'm building. I am building. Give me 1 sec. I will let you know right now. I dropped the part. Let me find the part and I'll let you know. Just give me 1 second. I dropped it. Of course I did. I'm like an idiot. And then I'll show it. I'll show it to you. Just give me 1 second. Just let me find this part. Because of course I dropped it.
No escape.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew. Alright, Gundam I am building. I will show it right now. There we go. The RX-70. The RX-78-6. The Gundam. Just the Gundam Murdoch. There you go. There you go. That's what we're building right now. All right.
Ryu Hayabusa.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Whatever your clan is plotting.
Even though I didn't really make it, but I get it.
So you've come, Raven.
Fuck off, Hayabusa. I will execute my mission.
All right.
世界中の町人の皆さん、10年以上大変お待たせしました。最強の忍者となり、容赦なく襲い来る敵に挑むハイスピードアクション、忍者ガイデンのナンバリング最新作として、忍者ガイデン4を発表させていただきました。本作はプラチナゲームズさんとの協業で開発を進めています。プラチナゲームズさんのアクションゲームというジャンルにおける実績は言うまでもなく、ベヨネッタやニアオートマタなど素晴らしいアクションタイトルを生み出してこられました。忍者ガイデン4というタイトルを10年以上の時を超えて新たに皆様にお届けするにあたり、より多くの方に新鮮な気持ちでプレイしていただけるよう、新たな世界を新主人公であるもう一人の町人ヤクモで冒険するという形で制作することにしました。先ほどご覧いただいた映像の中でリュウハヤブサも登場しておりましたが、彼は今回も物語に密接に関わってきます。なぜヤクモと戦うことになったのか、リュウハヤブサが戦う目的は何なのか、本作の物語の中で展開していきます。
任務は必ず成し遂げる。邪魔をするな。
物語は黒龍がもたらした正気の雨によって荒廃した首都東京が舞台となっています。この雨は
Me, I am. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if the audio is too loud. If I gotta adjust it, let me know. But I am from California.
今作の新主人公であり、ハヤブサと対をなすカラス一門に所属するヤクモが首都東京で黒龍を倒し、この世界を晴らすため戦いに身を投じます。
これまで忍者ガイデンシリーズ
Born and raised.
ダークでハードな世界観は継承し、
What about you? Where you coming from?
させる要素として呪いやより混沌とした景観のデザインを取り入れています。ステージプレイ中に街が呪いの影響を受け、ビルは崩れ、道は歪み、ヤクモをピンチに陥れることでしょう。舞台となる東京はとある出来事によって街全体が崩壊し、魔族やヤクモと敵対する勢力がひしめき合う状態になっており、環境全体がプレイヤーに牙を向くように感じられるはずです。
Oh, you're good. You're good. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's tight.
リングやシリーズおなじみの体術など。
You know, I always wanted to go to France. I actually, as a kid, don't ask me now, I forgot. But when I was a kid, I used to learn French so I could go to France one day. But yeah, the saying goes, if you don't use it, you lose it. And I lost it, so I don't remember French at all. The only thing I remember what to say is oui oui, and I don't even know if that's right. But welcome, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for showing up, man. Appreciate it. It's great to hear from you.
忍者アクションを駆使して乗り越えていくことになります。レールアクション、スイングアクションなどのダイナミックで爽快なシチュエーションを多く追加しました。これら以外にも様々なシチュエーションやチャレンジ、隠されたアイテムなどを用意しており、ステージが進むごとに上がっていくテンションにも驚いていただけると思います。
新しい主人公のヤクモはリュウハヤブサに次ぐ新たな町人です。彼にはまだ若さも残っていますが、 カラス一門を背負う天才忍者でもあり、忍者外伝シリーズにおける忍者の頂点、竜と肩を並べる次世代の超人たり得る人物としてデザインしています。そんなヤクモの前に立ちふさがるのは荒れ果てた東京の治安維持組織であり、国立
Oh, really? How'd you like it?
竜神島や
And be honest. Be honest. No judgment here. Be honest.
そしてもちろんシリーズおなじみの魔人も登場します。また現時点では公開していませんが、新たなキャラクターやシリーズファンの方に喜んでいただける人物も登場しますので、続報にご期待ください。
従来のシリーズからバトルスピードをさらに加速させ、目にも止まらぬスピードで敵との。
What part did you go to? Did you just go to Hollywood, the LA area, or did you head up to San Francisco? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm technically from, well, I'm from the San Francisco area, but I live most of my life in the LA area, so. But yeah, no, those are definitely two. What year did you come out here? No, I asked, what year did you come out here? Like, did you come out here during, what's it, 2010s, the 2000s, 2020? Well, I don't know 2020, but like, what year did you come out to California?
さらにヤクモが使える新要素、結節忍術ヌエの型を駆使したダイナミックな攻撃によってこれまでから大きく進化した1対他の戦闘を可能にしました。ヌエの型ではこれまでの忍者ガイデンにはない広範囲かつ一撃必殺の攻撃となっており、多勢に無勢の状態が長く続く戦況を一気に覆すことができます。もちろん1対1。
Yeah, okay, so if you went around, yeah, 2019, that was the last year I really went out. So yeah, yeah, it was definitely nice around that time. Yeah, that was at the time where I was working a bunch of events. So what you do when you were out here? Did you just, like, did you go check out Hollywood? Did you see the Golden State? Did you, I said, I'll say the Golden State. It is a Golden State. But you see the Golden Gate Bridge? Look at this, man. I'm from America, can't even speak English. Ain't that sad? Yeah, let me know. Like, what things did you do when you were out here? Very curious.
の戦闘における比率機も健在です。プレイヤー同様、敵もガードや回避をしてくるため、緊張感のあるフェアな戦闘を味わうことができます。敵の動きをしっかりと捉えながら、一瞬の隙を逃さずに攻撃を仕掛けていくことが重要です。ヌエの方によって忍者ガイデンのアクションの味わいにさらなる進化を感じられるかと思います。
特にアクションに関しては手触り、バランス調整など細部にわたり日々議論させていただき、会社の垣根を越えた密なやり取りをさせていただいています。本作の主人公であるヤクモは竜とは一味違うアクションを有していますが、その中でもしっかりと忍者ガイデンらしさを感じていただけると思います。例えばカラス、ヌエ、2つの型があるという点がヤクモの大きな特徴ですが、それらが持つ多彩な性能な
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yep, I mean, And you gotta let me know about France. You gotta let me know about France too, because I don't know that much about it. The only thing I want to know is the pasta really good out there, because my auntie went out there. I forgot. It had to be, what'd she say, like 96, 97. My auntie went out there. And she said it was nice, but I never been to France, so you gotta let me know, because one day I plan on coming out there, so you gotta give me some pointers on what I need to check out when I'm out there.
を用いて敵や状況ごとに使い分ける攻略の深みや滅却、実技などを絡めた抑揚あるスピーディーな攻防などはもちろんヤクモでも健在です。
ヤクモと竜ハヤブサはそれぞれがかなり異なる個性的な遊び心地になっていますので、さまざまな戦闘バリエーションを楽しむことができるようになっています。ヤクモ、そして竜ハヤブサの双方で飛燕、伊豆直しなどシリーズおなじみのアクションも駆使しつつ、新アクションを織り交ぜた新しい忍者外伝に
Cool. Hope you don't mind. I'm gonna look this up. Like I said, I ain't from there. That looks tight. I'm curious. You know why? Oh, that's New Jersey. Okay, where is this located at? Okay, I see. Is that like the area where like they have the ships and you go on and they steer you through? I know they have something like that in Vegas, but it ain't France. Check out the. Oh, and one thing I'm gonna tell you, the one thing about when you come to my channel, I'm going to apologize right now. I am not the best with pronunciation, so. Okay. I see where you're at now. All right, I'm gonna check this. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna save this chat right here. Yeah. So when I do go, I'm gonna put this in my notes. I'm definitely when I get a chance to go out there, I'm gonna check out those two spots. All right, I'll put them in my notes. Man, that's freaking tight. I know this is going to be a very vague question. This is going to be very vague. But how is it out there? I mean, I know you're from there, but it's like compared to probably other places you've been, like, how would you say, I'm probably going to ask this wrong, how would you compare it to other places? Like, Again, it's vague because I don't know the specifics of France, so I gotta start somewhere. Because the hope, my hope and my goal is within the next, I want to say 2 years, if things work out right, I want to go ahead and start traveling to a couple of places, and one of those places was going to be France. Have a couple of goals. France, absolutely want to check out there. Want to check out the UK. Would love to go check out Africa. And Japan will be a place I want to check out too, because I know a lot of people been to Japan. They all said, every single one of them has said I need to go check it out. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of my goals. I gotta at least go there once, and I've gotten very close. I've gotten very close one time. I almost got a full ride, hotel, everything paid for to go to Japan once, and I forgot what happened. Something happened where, because it was like this. I was talking to a dude, and he ran like a travel agency, and he was gonna give me an entire full ride to go to Japan. I was gonna check it out, but I forgot exactly what happened. But yeah, I have a couple of goals, and that's one of them. Let's see, 434. So, do you normally travel a lot, or is it just like once in a while? What's it for work? Oh.
にご期待ください。忍者ガイデンシリーズに色濃く残っている歯ごたえやグレードの高いアクション体験の継承、さらに我々プラチナゲームズの特徴であるスピーディーなアクションやダイナミックな演出も取り入れ、進化した正当続編を作り上げるべく総力を挙げて開発を進めております。
容赦ない敵とのいかなる攻防にもフェアに戦える手触りをヤクモでも目指しています。皆様に進化した忍者ガイデンを触っていただける日を楽しみにしています。
シリーズファンはもちろんのこと。
Okay, so it's a family trip. Yeah, that's the one thing I never did when I was younger. I never ever traveled outside of the States. I've always traveled in the States. So, but yeah, I never had a chance. Well, I almost went to Canada, but that doesn't count. And I had offers to go to Mexico before, but for the most part, I've only been in the States. I've never left the States. Well, that's freaking tight, man. That's tight.
忍者ガイデンを初めてプレイする方でも存分に楽しめる作品になっておりますので、ぜひ発売をお待ちください。長年にわたって
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. I mean, put it like this: if you know where to go, yeah, there's plenty of places in the USA. Absolutely, and honestly, I haven't seen them all. I mean, there's still things I want to go check out here. Even though I've been, I've only been to, when it comes to USA, I've only been to. I guess I'll just tell you by state. I've been to Texas. I've been to New Mexico. I've been to Arizona, Nevada, Chicago, Georgia, and Florida, and Louisiana. So that's about all I've been. Oh, and Indiana for work. So that's about all the places I've been to. What about you? You only been to I mean, well, California or oh, me? Right now I'm currently building the head. So, right now I'm looking for where I put the freaking stickers because of course I don't know where oh, there they are. I always lose something when I build these kits. Huh. I wonder if I should go for because I always do the green eyes. I will. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do red. Just to be different. But yeah, right now I'm currently building. Working on a head right now. The hope is where I'm at, I can be done by 4. Because I got responsibilities after this. So, oh, you see, that's the problem. Okay. I keep forgetting. Alright. Come on, come on, come on. So what are you studying? At university, what's your I don't know what they call it out there, but what do they call it? A major? I don't know if it's the same as here because here we call it you got your major and your minor. Australia. I've always wanted to go to Australia. I've always wanted. I had. Well, okay. You know what? I take that back. I've always wanted to go to Australia till I saw how ginormous, basically how everything in nature out there can basically kill you or take a part of your limb. But I knew some people from Australia and they were actually pretty cool. So I said I always went, and my friend had a pretty crazy story out there in Australia too. So I always wanted to go check it out. But mind you, that was a couple of years ago. But once I started looking things up in Australia, I mean, kind of like, yeah, I'm not really cool on the gigantic spiders. Not really cool on the eye, on the bird that will take your eye. I mean, kangaroos are cool. I got to check one out when I was a kid, but Australia seems pretty wild. But yeah, New Zealand, Italy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I always want to check out Australia. New Zealand is not one I ever considered. Italy, yeah, I definitely consider that. Because out here, we like, whenever you talk, well, at least when I used to go to school, that's one thing that people used to always compare is Italy and France. So that's one thing that people used to always say. It's like, if you check out one, you got to check out the other. That's what I was told when I was growing up. I don't know if it's true anymore, but at least when I was growing up, that's what they used to say. You gotta check out both. Okay, so it's only the internet. It's only the internet. All right, I appreciate that. You see, that's why I like talking to people that are out there. Cause man, like I said, like I be listening to the internet, and they be coming out on Australia like houses filled with spiders and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go to the place where like freaking a spider's as big as my hand. But hey, forget it. You gotta live a little, right? Okay. So basically, if you go on, all right, I'm gonna check that. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad to actually talk to somebody that can actually tell me about Australia. Like I said, I used to know people from Australia. I ain't talked to those people for in years. So, and when we were talking about Australia, it had nothing to do with what's going on out there. It was good times and party vibes. So, ooh. Dang it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I screwed up. Oh, that's... Except animals. All right. Like I said, I would go. Honestly, if I had the opportunity, I would probably check out Australia. I would probably go, definitely, especially with one of my. Again, this was years ago, but especially the time that my friend had. Yeah, I would definitely go check out Australia. Like I said, never been outside of the States, so. Like I said, the goal is within the next 2 years. I definitely wouldn't mind traveling. Like kangaroos and birds. Wait, what about the koalas? Did you see any of those out there? Oh, jeez, I screwed up the eyes. Oh, no. Oh, you don't want to use it anymore. I jacked it up. The eyes are beating. I messed up. Alright, forget it. Dang it. Mess with the eyes. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think the only place I know about Australia is Sydney. But I think everybody knows about Sydney. That's like the metro area. If I'm right. Man, I messed up the red one's bad. Chat those one give me 1 second. I'm getting locked in. Come on. Are we good? 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 All right. What do you think? What do I think this capital Australia is? Just so you know, I'm going to fail this test. But I'm just going to go ahead and just say Sydney. Why not? Because that's the only area I really know about when it comes to Australia. Well, that's the only one pretty much the only area I know about is Sydney. That's it. So I'm gonna go with Sydney. Let's see if I'm right. All right. Is it good? Is it good? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you see? I never passed geography, I ain't gonna lie. Huh. Alright. Let's go ahead and let's look this up. There you go. Okay. Let's see what this is at. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's like right, okay, so it's right away from. So Sydney was at like, yeah, that's like, and then Cambria. Cambria, I guess is how you pronounce it. So this is the state capital. Okay, so they're right next to each other. Isn't it true like the majority of the country isn't even used? I heard about that. I heard like most of Australia is like dead. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's something I heard. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. That's good to know. What about New Zealand? I don't know pretty much anything about New Zealand. New Zealand. What can you tell me about that? Because I don't know anything about that area at all. Never looked into New Zealand. I never met anybody from that country. I don't know anything about it. Steam of Oh, I used the old ones. Then where's the 4-3? Three is 4, 4 is backwards. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about it either. That's why I was wondering. Like I said, outside of being in America, I ain't well traveled. So I'm basically coming to you for all that information right now. Yeah, the only thing I know about, like I said, France, Italy, I don't know because it always changes, but what's it? Britain, UK, I guess are two different places now. I'm not sure. I'm confused. I get very confused on what's going on out there. I know about Brazil, Colombia, Rio, and Canada and Mexico. That's about all the places I really ever heard anything about. And oh yeah, and Australia when it comes to the internet and how dangerous it is. And I'm not talking about crime, I'm talking about nature. And then one of my friends who went out there to go party. Well, technically he went out there for a class trip. But then decided to go party. And he told me he had a great time. Well, depending on the age we're talking about, because the first time was a great time, but it's very unexpected for him. The second time, he told me he had a lot more fun. Oh, Rio? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I only know about it because I know some people, just like you said, I know some people who've been there. But yeah, I've never, like I said, I've never been outside the States. Alright. Wait a minute, I'm missing one. Okay, I gotta fix my camera angles. You know, that's funny because that's like me with New Orleans. I was so young. And Florida too. I was so young I can't, well no, Florida I do kind of remember, but New Orleans I was so small that I don't remember it at all. I said small, I meant young. Where are we at? How many Gundams do I have? A lot. I mean, well, okay, that's not true. I have a substantial amount. I actually did a video on it. If you well, it was last year. You know, here I'll go to it real quick. I'll go to it real quick. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Let me. Oh, my bad. I didn't know why I had that on. Here, I'll show you. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. What did I do? Oh, I know what I'm doing. No. Huh, what the heck happened? Okay, I don't know why that happened, but oh well. Here, so let me see. Ah, appreciate it. This is it. Yeah, just let me know when you're good, and I'll show you the video. So it just finished up the head. Boom. But thank you, appreciate it. Trying to build that thing. C1, 18, 21, 19. C1, 18, 19, 21. Yeah. So that's my YouTube channel, by the way. So yeah, just let me know. Let me know when you got it. Which again, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. All right, cool. All right, so I'll go to the video real quick. Now, mind you, this is last year. I've added to the collection. Where is it at? Where is that video at? Should be around here. Okay. That's a year ago. Okay, I think I'm getting. That's Gundam Breaker 3. Oh, there it is. So there it is. So these are not all the ones I own, but these are a lot of them. I'll just skip around real quick. Yep, I love that. That dude's tight. Yeah, I mean, I always say it's a great hobby. The only thing is that it was just announced, I want to say, starting in March, they're going to start a price hike. That's the only thing. So the hobby's going to get a lot more expensive, but it's fun. I've been doing it for years, so. Yeah, I definitely tell everybody, it's fun. It's a great it's great when people come in and they could see your collection. Trust me, one of my favorite. Right here is one of my favorite kits. Can you see? Oh yeah, you can't see it. Trust me, it is a fun hobby to get into. I enjoy it. Yep, that's where I started too. I started oh no, they're gone now. But yeah, when I was a kid, I used to have a big thing to Legos. And I used to build it all the time. But then of course you get older. And I got into this hobby well, I got into the hobby and then I left it because I became a teenager. So, you know, the most important thing about being a teenager, girls. So that got me off of this. And then I want to say, when I got into college, I started doing the convention circuit. Yep. But I got to the convention circuit and, well, I'll just tell you the story. It's a pretty funny. It's not really funny. It's a cool little story. But anyway, so I worked at Anime Expo. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's an anime convention, one of the biggest ones. I worked Anime Expo at that time for like 2 years straight, but I could never afford to buy something. But my friend who went every year, he bought something. So like 1 year he bought, I forgot what he bought, but I know the 1 year I was super jealous because that dude wanted to buy a sword and I wanted one so bad, but I couldn't afford it. And so I got jealous. But then finally, 1 year I had money to spend. I said, I'm buying something at this convention. And I was looking at some swords, but the quality was not the same. And I said, I am not leaving this convention without me buying something. And I wound up buying, here, I'll just go to it. Where are you at? The one that got me back into Gundam. Let me see it. I can showcase it right now. Oh, it was that one, the green wing, that one right there. And I bought, where is it at? Where are you? There it is. This Zero. Those are the two things that got me back into Gundam, into building Gundam. And that's when I picked back up the hobby. And it's all because I got freaking jealous of my friend that got to buy stuff every year because I was too broke to buy anything. I got to go, but I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't even, those first 2 years were hard. I couldn't even eat. But no, I mean, I'll tell everybody, it's definitely a fun hobby. It's chill. Like I said, if you're a builder, like you like to build things, oh yeah. Absolutely get into it. I mean, I like I said, I've been on YouTube for a little bit, and I've been noticing that it seems like recently that the Gundam community here on YouTube has been kind of slowly growing a lot more than when I first got on YouTube, and I'm liking. I like what I'm seeing right now. So I will tell you right now, I feel like this is one of the best times to get into the hobby. Well, until probably March. This is sad, which is a sad truth. Where's the alarm? So, is that right? Yeah, that's this way. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, so I was gonna make a video on this too. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's really not that bad to get into. My first kit that I ever got was the Wing Zero. That was my first kit I ever got. And that one wasn't too bad. But in my opinion, wait a minute, is this thing working? Hold on. What are you doing? What is happening here? Hold on, give me one sec. Oh, I hit the wrong one. That's why. Where's it at? There it is. That's why. What did I do? Did I make copies? Okay, and then... Oh, crap. I have to make copies for some reason. That's what happened. Alright, let me do this. Okay. And now I should be back. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I would say if you want to start like super easy, I would say start off with the you know what? Let's just go to it. Why not? Why not? We'll just go to it. Where are you? Let's just go to it. Let's just go to it. Boom. There we go. Man, I wish I could just keep this up. Let's just go to it. Ah, this is not the right one. No, there's a better one. There's a better one. There's a better one. Oh, I can't go back. There's a better one. Ugh. There you go. Good. Let me find a better one. Okay, yes, that's what I'm going to it right now. Let's see. Where's the better chart? Oh, God, there's a better one. Come on, no. All right, hold on. So I'm just trying to find one particular chart. Turn off. Hold on. Turn back on. I gotta fix this. Next on the agenda, fix. Let's see. All right, this will work. Let's go to this. I hate this. Work, please. Something work. If you have a VPN, I would recommend Bilibili. They have full subtitle Gundam shows on there. I watch them all the time, but you need a VPN to watch it. Other than that, there's not much I could tell you on stream. Why won't you? But yeah, I would say Billy Billy's probably one of the best ones. Okay, I don't know why this isn't working. All right, hopefully you can see this, but so I'll just go through the. Let me tell you about the grades. Now, I never built an SD Gundam, but there is a new line called Entry Gundam. If you want something that you could build quick and fast and don't want to waste time, I would say go for the entry line, which should be grades. Yeah, it should be, yes, like this one. So that would be the easiest one, quickly. I would say it's better if you're going to start off. I would say start off with a high grade, because real grades, they take a lot of time. Like, if you don't mind taking like a day or two, then real grades are cool, but you're gonna be there 4 hours. That's why I probably recommend start with a high grade. High grade is kind of like the standard of Gundam or Gunpla. So I'd say start with a high grade, get like 2 or 3 of those done, and then go into a real grade. You can go directly into a real grade. It's fine. Many people do it. And don't get me wrong, real grades, especially right now, they're amazing. All right. I'm just letting you know. It's going to take some time. Like I said, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Real grades are good to go get into. Trust me. Some of my here, you know what? Let's go back. Real grades is one of my favorite lines. 110%. Alright, there we go. I don't know if you're going to get any audio out of here, because we've been having audios with this one, but here, let me show you one of my favorite real grades. I have it in here. Oh, it's not up. Oh, yes, it is. Here it is. Oh, what? What did you do? I hate you. There you go. There you go. One of my favorite high grades I ever built. I even built this on stream. This one took forever, but I love it. This thing is amazing. I know. Yeah. So I'm going to give you 2 YouTube channels to check out. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Before you go, I want to just give you 2 channels to check out. That's what it is. I was going. Yep, I just want to give you, before you guys want to give you, I'll just give you 1 channel. There it is. Check out his channel. I will write this down. Check out his channel, because his channel will help you out a lot if you're trying to get into it. But all right, you have a good night. Thanks for coming on stream. Great to talk to you. And hopefully I see you in a future stream. Appreciate it. And again, check out this channel. I'm telling you, this is a good channel to watch if you want to get into building. This will help you out a lot. And if you have any questions, hit me up. But you have a good night, man. Great meeting you. And like I said, I hope to see you in the future. Alright. Have a good one. Man. That's cool. But I'm behind schedule. Gotta get. So this does it go? No. Okay, so it goes in like this. No, yeah. This is the right arm, right? Yeah, this is the right arm. And this is the left arm. That's right. Woo! Alright, cool. Alright. Go ahead and get back to I want to see what this one's about. Ah, boo! It's whack. What? No way. Oh yeah, I can't watch. That's too new. Oh, well, here's the video. Alright, what else is going on? There's nothing new to watch? Oh yeah, the timeline. Oh, here it is.
Sometimes you just need a moment.
January 3rd, Universal Century 0079. The colony cluster farthest away from Earth, the Principality of Zeon, declares war on the Earth Federation and begins its war for independence. After this declaration, they immediately begin maneuvering to carry out their master plan, Operation British. The goal is to secure a colony, gas all of its inhabitants, and then drop it onto the Earth in a bid to force the Federation to surrender, lest more of these colony drops would happen. January 4th, Island Ifish, a colony of Site 2, begins its journey to Earth. Operation British is a go. January 8th, the Earth Federation's Tianan fleet intercepts the colony and its escorts and begins a desperate battle to stop it. While they're unable to halt the operation itself, the fleet is able to damage the colony enough to prevent it from being dropped onto Jabra, the Earth Federation's main stronghold, and of course, the target of Operation British. January 10th, due to the fighting, the colony is knocked off course, and during its atmospheric re-entry, it even breaks into two halves. The first half drops onto Sydney, while the rubble of the second half drops into the Pacific Ocean and on various parts of North America. January 11th, Site 6 declares neutrality. January 13th, with Operation British not having succeeded in its primary goal, Zeon decides to try again and begins to gather for the next major confrontation with the Earth Federation. January 15th, with the aim of hijacking yet another colony, Zeon invades Loom. The Federation counters them, and the famous Battle of Loom ensues. January 16th, the Black Tri-Stars manage to capture General Revel, who is the commander-in-chief of the Federation's forces gathered at Loom. The battle ended in a decisive victory for Zeon, but despite this, the Federation was able to achieve their primary goal. A second colony was not dropped. Still, this crushing defeat, combined with having one of their top generals captured, was enough to bring the Federation to the negotiation table, and talks for peace began. January 28th, the here unnamed peace treaty is agreed upon by both the Federation and Zeon, and an armistice is signed. January 31st, the previously captured General Revel escapes and makes his way back to the Federation. As soon as he gets back, he gives his famous Zeon is exhausted speech. This reinvigorates the Federation, and they now vow to continue the war to the bitter end, despite having just signed the armistice. February 7th, in response, Zeon begins the first of their Earth descent operations. April 1st, to counter Zeon's mobile suits, the Federation begins the Vincent Plan, a side project of their own mobile suit development plans. The goal here is to build their own mobile suit carriers, and it also seeks to upgrade existing ships with basic mobile suit handling capabilities.
Oh, you know what? Huh.
May 17th,
when did this come out?
Zeon completes the Space Force.
We're gonna stop that here. I didn't realize it came out that soon. We don't want to watch that soon. Outside of the fish show or trailers, I don't like watching or news. I'd rather hold off. Man, let's shut this out.
It's 2025, and
I think I've already watched this one. I don't know if we watched something that we already watched. Okay, let's go. I'm down. I'm down.
When I was putting together my review of Digimon World 1, I thought no one was going to watch it. I thought it would be a passion project I put together for myself, but would be a one and done, a fun little experiment, and that would be it. That's not exactly how it went. Since then, people have been excited to recommend new games for me to review in the Digimon vein, but when they weren't suggesting Next Order or Cyber Sleuth, the conversation usually went back to Digimon World 3. Right off the bat, I could tell that after this game, a lot of other titles in the franchise would take notes from it, at least in terms of presentation. But I've been curious to see if they did the same with its style of gameplay, since so many of these games are so different from each other. I mean, say what you will, but I actually like how varied the Digimon Digimon games are, and they offer so many new experiences. Something I'm pleased to still see today as Digimon goes back to its roots or tries out new things like a visual novel strategy hybrid. But if this is the game that sets a standard for a while, I think it's worth exploring how and why. Now, in classic Digimon fashion, there's an extra element here to complicate things. We are looking at Digimon World 3 today, but with an asterisk. Digimon World 2 never made its way to Europe. I would imagine the messy release of the first title, both coming out so much later and also bringing so many bugs and issues with it that could even prevent you from completing the game, had something to do with that. And while I think there's some interesting elements to World 2, I can't help but wonder if the reception to that game kept it from getting localized. Europe did get Digimon World 3, however, but it was still a little late to the party. In 2002, we saw the game release in the States first, and then in Japan, and then much later in the tail end of that year, it came to Europe. It contained some features that were in the Japanese release, but not in the American, including some updates to the game's mechanics and post-game content. And in a sort of Final Fantasy fashion, came with a different title to compensate for the missing release. I wanted to tackle what's widely agreed to be the most complete version of this game. It came with its own set of challenges, which we'll get into, but I wasn't about to take the easy way out for what just might be the most requested and most highly anticipated video I've ever made. A huge thanks to everybody that's been waiting. This is Digimon World 2003. Hello. This game doesn't have the most complicated box art, but I do think it's a bit nicer than what we had for World 2, showing off some favorites with Agumon and Guilmon, but also Bearmon. The first two are easily recognizable from Digimon Adventure and Tamers, but a lot of kids in America and Europe probably didn't know Bearmon, as up to that point, he was only shown off in a Japan-exclusive OVA the previous year called Island of the Lost Digimon. This was
I just want to say, the thing about Bearmon is I expected a lot more from this dude. On some real. Because he never really had his own Digivolutions. I never liked that about Bearmon. How you gonna have a new main line and not have a full... Hold on, let me see. How you gonna have a new main line and not have a full evolution? Like, nah, that's one that I didn't like about Bearmon.
connected to the Digimon Frontier series and did get an English dub and release, but not until 2005, a few years after this game launched. Obviously, kids not already being familiar with all the Digimon here is in no way a bad thing. I think the mix of characters represented here varying in recognizability may have helped, kind of saying you'd see both familiar and new stuff here. Plus, Bearmon has a great little design, he's so precious. I like the Japanese box art too, but I'm not sure how I feel about War Greymon and Gallantmon just sort of being slapped into the sky background. Not the worst looking, but if the focus of the art here was just the rookie Digimon, I think this case would have easily been my favorite. I was lucky enough to get all three of these after buying the American release for myself, my friend Josh getting me the Japanese version, and my old bud Channel Pup helping me secure the European release. No manual in this one sadly, but at least the cover art is there. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, I'm a picky collector. Once again, I am not using emulation for this review. As a matter of fact, I'm not even relying on the use of my PS3 for this one. I'm playing this game entirely on an original PS1 system, or I guess more specifically, the later slimmer model. I had some unique struggles getting the footage captured for this one, which I'll explain in further detail later. But if you notice some of the early footage I used being a little dark, or this irritating red line going down the screen, I did address those issues before getting too deep into the recording process, so it won't look like that the entire time. When the game begins, we're treated with an incredibly well-animated CGI cutscene, which I guess has become something of a staple for these games now. Makes it more of a shame that Rumble Arena 2 didn't get one, but I guess that was when these games were moving on into a new era. Everything here is rendered so well. The characters are lively and expressive, and a lot of what's going on here is actually relevant to the events of the game. Except for Beelzemon. You can get one in the game, but I don't think you ever run into one, or at least there's never one with any importance. He's just here here because you sort of expect to see him fighting Gallantmon. It's also probably fitting that we see a trio of Digimon here. Just like in Digimon World 2, our team will typically consist of 3 core members at a time, but there are some differences in the way it's handled here. These early intros are something I've always enjoyed, and I think they're worth talking about because not only is it the first thing a player is going to see when booting up the game, it's something that will help set the tone, nature, and energy of the experience they can expect. And I especially like that this one in particular can kind of hit the player differently the further they get into the game and they start to recognize what's being represented. I think it's a really strong way to get the player invested before the title screen even shows up. Speaking of setting the energy, that's something I need a lot of when working on a video this big. Thankfully, when I'm sitting down for a recording session, working on the script, or editing, I get a little help from our partners over at G Fuel. G Fuel is an energy drink provider that specializes in creating energy drinks for people like you and me in the gaming community, fashioning their flavors after tons of recognizable characters and titles like Sonic the Hedgehog, Elden Ring, and Hatsune Miku. I've been assured that Miku is a digital little creature and therefore counts as a Digimon. They have some original flavors as well, like my personal favorite, Miami Nights, which has a great pina colada taste and this cool synthwave inspired art on the tub. Look, they even made a little glow-in-the-dark version. What's even better, their formulas are crafted with the vitamins and caffeine you need to get energized, but are sugar-free, so you don't have to worry about the added crashes or jitters that you get from other energy drinks. If you would like to try some of their great flavors, you can use my code WayneIsBoss on their website to get 20% off your online order. You get great energy drinks, and you help me out too. Everybody's a winner. Thank you so much to G Fuel for helping support the channel, and thank you for listening. It's now...
Oh, there we go. I had it.
Okay, before we lose too much focus, we should try to lay down the groundwork. So let's get this game started.
That's what the issue was.
I gotta get this out of the way now because this is such a generic observation to make, but I was sort of reminded of Persona 3 with the way the transition screen is designed. The use of blue is nice, and we also see our first location, which is our first in-game depiction of the real world. Okay, everything that happens here is out of the player's control, but this is the most time and attention that's been paid to the real world in any of these games. And the relevance it plays to the main game will become more and more clear later, and I like the twist on Tokyo here with some slight sci-fi futuristic elements. Gives it a little personality. We're introduced to our main character, here named Junior, as he's waiting on a city block for his friends Teddy and Ivy. The overhead TV displays a news broadcast declaring the authorities have recently arrested members of a group known as the AOA, a criminal organization that's been up to vague internet terrorism. Something manipulating Digimon to their will, that sort of thing. Not sure what that's supposed to imply or why we needed to specify that they're stationed in Europe, but I'm not the one writing the game, I guess. I do have a few guesses as to the members though. Obviously, one way or the other, we know it's going to be important later, so they haven't been resolved as a problem yet since we just got here. Well, Teddy and Ivy finally show up, and it turns out Digimon are already pretty well known in this world, and the kids are all interested in this game known as Digimon Online. The group travels to the Megami Online Center to essentially be sent into the game itself.
How many of you have seen Tron?
Now, how exactly this works is a little confusing to me. At first, they make it sound like your physical body is in the real world, but your thoughts and ideas are turned into data and sent into the digital one. But as the game goes on, it really feels like your entire being is digitized and sent in, and honestly, I feel like that's just an overall simpler explanation, and it makes it less weird that certain things like the state of the player's physical bodies aren't brought up while they're in the game itself. And besides, it's not like the idea of kids being fully thrown into the digital world is a foreign concept for this franchise. I do really like this concept in principle though. I'm not sure if the digital world as it's depicted here was actually created by Megami or like discovered and repurposed to form this MMO, but I personally like to think it's the latter. It's a little hard to read too deep into a lot of the details here because these early PS1 games have never had the cleanest translations to English, and a lot of this stuff feels inferred rather than fully spelled out. It could also just be me muddling up the details from thousands of words that I've read over the course of a lot of hours playing this game, so if anyone has a more concrete explanation as to how this works, I'm all ears in the comments. Gonna be honest though, I really don't think it has that big of an effect on how things actually play out in the game. When the trio arrives at Megami to log into Digimon Online, they're faced with a few things that they'll need to do to get set up. First, creating an online name. See, at this point, I was very happy to see this because it already felt like we were getting a bit disconnected from our player character. It's the first time an MC has had a canon name that we can't change, and we spent a pretty good amount of time here just chatting with a lot of dialogue with no real input from the player. We do also see Junior's competitive personality on full display as he and Ivy kind of butt heads, which does kind of remove the element of the main character being a direct avatar for you, the player, but I've never minded that in and of itself. I'd always rather see the effort put into making the character you play as have a sense of place in the world that you're traveling through. We do at least get to choose our own online name, which I think is a smart way to implement the player agency and makes total sense when your characters are signing up to play an online game. I also really love this music, which is good because we're gonna be hearing this particular track a lot as it plays over the save screen, which takes a really long time to do its thing, but at least the tunes are pleasant. You also need to choose a Digimon pack. This will be the set of 3 rookie Digimon that you begin the game with 3 packs available to you. The balance pack will start you off with a Patamon, Renamon, and Kotemon. The powerful pack with Renamon, Monmon.
Yep, I have played this game so many times and I never beat it, but I enjoyed playing it every single time. And actually, next time I stream, I will be playing a Digimon game, just so you know.
And Agumon, and the Maniac pack, the one I chose, will see you beginning your journey with Guilmon, Patamon, and Kumamon. Bearmon. Okay, I should probably go ahead and address this now. There are a lot of Digimon that have different names depending on how they were localized. So like Tailmon is Gatomon in the States, or Mugandramon is Machinedramon. And I've never really been much of a stickler for certain names. Something I actually appreciate about the Digimon community is that everyone uses their preferred localized names for these creatures, but they don't treat it like a competition. Like I've never had anyone give me grief over calling Omegamon Omnimon, or Dukemon Gallantmon. And I appreciate that, they're just the names I'm used to. This little guy is a special case though, because in Digimon World 3 and 2003, he's known as Kumamon, but only in this game. You see, in Japan, this guy has always been Bearmon, but I guess the localization team wanted to use the Japanese word for bear, which is Kuma in his name, to make it less on the nose when spoken in English, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Outside of this one PS1 game, the name Kumamon actually belongs to this little guy, and from what I can tell, he existed at the same time as Bearmon, and I don't think that this name swap has existed anywhere in the franchise outside of this one PS1 title. So that is why I will be referring to this guy as something other than what you see on screen. Just thought that was a fun little piece of trivia. Okay, let's get back to it. So what is the purpose of choosing between these Digimon packs outside of just wanting your favorite rookie Digimon following you around? That actually is the main motivation for your choice here, because as we dig deeper into the game's mechanics, you'll see just how much the stats and unlockable forms for these creatures are totally in your control, but the intention here, as long as you're not obsessing over the meta aspects of the game, is to offer an early game balance based on your preference. Each of these rookies have different base stats that will grow with certain priorities in their attributes. Bearmon is a strong fighter with plenty of attack power, and Patamon is more like your mage with heavy emphasis on magic points for using techs and learning healing abilities faster. This is a good way of sort of controlling your early experience in the game and does have an effect over available Digivolutions, but that's gonna be its own little section of discussion. We'll get there. Intentions aside, I would really just recommend choosing whichever pack has a Digimon you like the most. I really wanted Guilmon, but Bearmon also sort of wound up being my MVP for this playthrough, so the Maniac pack worked out just fine for me. And don't stress out too much about missing out on any of these particular partners, because you can actually recruit them into your team later if you would like. Yeah, gonna need everyone to jot that one down, because recruiting will come up again, and it just might be more important than you think.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app, and $9.99 a month for a music app, and $12.99 for a fitness app.
Alright, so there we go. Alright, yeah, that was... Man. Got the hiccups. Yeah, that was pretty tight. Interesting. Let me see. Oh, okay, my fault, we're back.
Just be on guard for this loud, awful noise that plays. It's so jarring and caught me totally off guard the first time I played. But now we're ready to roll, being transported into the game with a very Our War Game-esque sequence of our digital self trying to access the game. And once we're here, oh man, this song is great too. And we have analog control, thank you. Oh, it feels so nice to be able to move around normally. After taking a little time to chat with the residents of the opening area, we're introduced to our partner Digimon, and this is the only time we will get to see them actually speak. Our friends meet up with us, and we see they've also chosen new online names. Ivy has chosen the name Kale, heavily insisting on only that name being used, which Junior decides to quickly be really rude about for some reason, and Teddy chooses the name Teddy. Godspeed, Teddy. And then we establish our own main mission in the game to pursue, splitting off from the group to go find the leaders of the various cities, beat them in battle to obtain their badges, and work our way up to the strongest tamer in Digimon Online to become the game's new champion. I've made it this far in these videos without making the direct comparison, and I still don't want to, but man, where have I heard that one before? We'll accomplish this by traveling across the domain, overcoming various obstacles in our path between each location for the chance to challenge each leader, but along the way, we start uncovering the details of a sinister plot. But let's slow down for a second. On the outset, we don't get to do a whole lot of exploring before being shuffled into a battle tutorial, but it's probably a good idea to get the basics of the battle mechanics down now. All of the battle mechanics, that sort of thing, that's probably better saved for its own section, but I do have to point out that the victory battle theme is the same one from Digimon World 2, but it's preceded by a jingle derived from the main battle theme of Digimon World 1. That is so cute. I love that. There actually isn't going to be much connecting this game to the first two in terms of continuity. I don't even think they're in the same version of the digital world, but the little references and connections like this are great. Now we're free to explore the city and get acquainted with some important stuff we'll be interacting with. One of the obvious and most important is the inns, where Gundam will let us rest for a small fee so our Digimon can replenish all of its HP and MP. And these places will usually have a Guardramon that will let us save the game. Also, just gonna pop in here real quick and say hi to Terriermon. I'm pretty sure this is the only one in the game. In the next building over, we see two different types of shops. Gargomon will run the armory shops across the game, where, yes, in a more typical RPG fashion than we might be used to up to this point, we can equip each of our Digimon with armor, accessory, and weapons. Now, these weapons don't actually show up on character models, it's really just to boost your rookie's base stats. Like, can you just imagine how weird it would be to see a Digimon with, like, claws and fangs, like, built-in attack power, running around with equipment like a sword or an axe or something? Nope, nope. Not yet. We'll get there. This equipment can be incredibly helpful for beefing up attack power, defense, and there are various other stats that can benefit from what your Digimon is wearing as well. The only thing is, it's expensive. You're gonna need to go out and do a bit of battling to get the bits that you'll need to buy this stuff. We also have a more standard item shop run by none other than Wizardmon, which is pretty wizard, as the kids would say. This will be stuff like healing items or discs you can use to help your Digimon recover from certain status effects like sleep, confusion, poison, that kind of thing. Making good use of spots like this will obviously be really important throughout the game, and the populated cities that we visit in Digimon Online will typically host these kinds of locations for recovery and replenishment. We can also poke our heads into this bar here called the Lamb Chop. This is established as a place where a lot of people visit. It's really not. You can count on one hand the amount of people that will actually show up here, and not many of them actually serve any importance. This is really just a way of conveying that exploring multiple locations and talking to as many NPCs as you can is a big part of this game, and it will be downright essential for progression in some parts. One of the other early places we can visit is this shop right here, where we're introduced to the card game. Alright, let's just go ahead and get this one out of the way. A little bit ago, I reviewed the title Digimon Digital Card Battle, and in that video, I said things like tabletop games, trading cards, outside of just like collecting them, It's just not my thing, but I had a surprisingly good time playing that game, and I think the reason I was so surprised is because I was expecting the gameplay to be more like what you find in the card game of Digimon World 3. Yeah, not a fan of this, and I'm gonna be really honest with you. This is the one element of the game I felt a little unsure of covering because, frankly, I don't have a ton to say about it. I tried it out in the beginning, tried to get down the basics, and then sort of forgot about it for most of the game. The way it works is sort of similar to Card Battle, where you'll be given some cards to start with at the beginning. When the match begins, you choose between two face-down cards. If you pull Kulumon, you get to go first, which honestly feels like it has little to no effect on the match at all. Next, you'll draw some cards from your deck, and if you have any program cards in your hand, you can use them to activate their supporting effect, like summon in a type of Digimon card, add defense or attack power to a certain card in a group, or of cards under a specific type, or screw around with your opponent's cards. Then you place your Digimon cards on the field. You'll have a certain amount of S energy for each color type of card, and the stronger a card is, the more S energy it will require to use, so you can't just load up on anything in your hand if you don't have the S energy needed to summon it. The S energy you have depends on how many cards of that color type you have in your deck. So if you focus and specialize on a certain card color, you'll have an easier time actually summoning what you have available. Once you summon your available Digimon cards from your hand, you can enter the phase where you load up program cards again. I think the type of program card that you can use dictates which of the two phases let you use said card. Either way, it all boils down to the numbers your cards add up to at the end, HP and AP. Every Digimon card has a base number of health points and attack points, and the program cards you use can increase the stats for both. You're essentially pitting the totals of these numbers against each other. You want to have enough AP to exceed their HP and your HP to exceed their AP. Best out of 3 rounds wins the game, and if you're the winner, you get a booster pack. See, that's the thing that sets this all apart from Digital Card Battle. You can go visit Divermon in cities and buy single cards directly from him, but it's one at a time, and they're usually
pause this for a sec. Man. I don't want to go straight through. I want to sit down and talk at least a little bit through this. Which, yeah, I do remember that card game, and honestly, that card game was actually pretty fun. Okay. Alright, and alright. We just finished the arms. Oh my god, I love the autofocus. It actually works well. What's up, Golden? Welcome to the stream. Whew. Wait a minute, did I miss something? No. That's close. Did I miss something? Did I freaking miss something? No. E1. Oh, those are the regular shoulders. Huh. Well, if you're looking for Lego, you're close enough. I'll put it like this. You're close enough. There we go. Okay. so that's the regular show. These are the... Okay, I get it now. Like I said, I don't build Legos on this stream, but I do build Gundam. So I would say, you know, go ahead and stick around, see if you like it. Hopefully you do. As you see on this stream, I build and I react. And actually, I'm listening to an YouTube video doing a... What is it called? A retrospective on Digimon World 3. Do better job. Let me get closer. There we go. All right, here we go. What does this piece go to? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, perfect. Then you're in the right place. Well, that works out. Well, then welcome to my monthly live build. Got me worried for a second. I'm like, uh-oh. Well, you know what? It's all right. I'm going to see. My mindset was, I'm going to see if I can convert you. Well, I should say convert you. But add you on to trying out Gunpla. So, but if you like it, that works out. Let's do this. Another D6. Let's see. Okay. These are D6. All right. Well, I'm gonna start back up the video, so just so it ain't gonna just be quiet. But yeah, you know. All right. Hold on. I just wanna cut you. Cool. Let's do you. Alright. Cool. Boom, boom, boom. And then I need B1, B2. And then B2 is... One, two. All right, you got that one going, and we'll do B1. All right, we're good. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. All right, here we go. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start the video back up.
Really expensive, so your best bet is to win booster packs in card battles or win them by finding Cardmon out in the overworld and beating them.
I love my life.
So,
We want this home from you.
right here, right?
Marvin Gable. But you can never escape your past.
Little spider monkey ninja got hops.
If we're gonna
stop your brother, I'm gonna need the old you, not the realtor.
You got him. Sorry, brother. Love hurts.
Love Hurts. Rated R. Only in theaters February 7th.
Hep C. You can't see it, and you might not feel it. But it's there,
Commercials.
staring
Tired
back
of
at you.
commercials.
It's time to change your outlook and see yourself cured of Hep C.
There.
Let's get scratching.
Cardmon can be found by fishing, which is something that you can do after completing a fetch quest for an old geezer to collect a bunch of items to form a fishing rod, or kicking the various trees scattered around in the world. For that though, you'll need kicking boots, and this is where the game starts to show off how it handles side quests. We talked to this guy over here who tells us he can tell us how to get the kicking boots, but we first have to go find his missing Gabumon card, and oh boy, finding this thing sure is stupid. How in the world were you supposed to know it was just hiding in this bookshelf back in the city's inn? Well, by using a guide, that's how. You give him the card, he tells you about this Vmon that will give you the boots, and he's hanging out somewhere in the overworld. This is one of the first uses of Lamb Chop, gathering info about where this Vmon is, tracking him down all the way near the second city, playing hide and seek with him, and finally getting those damn boots. Yep, I will get into it later, but this game can get very, very errand heavy. It also benefits from using a guide, at least in places. Now you have the kicking boots, but it's not as easy as just running up to any tree and kicking it to get a Cardmon. You have to use this radar that will basically take a Minesweeper with you to narrow down which tree actually has a Cardmon to fight, which ones won't do anything, and which ones will send out a different Digimon to attack you. Or you can just run up to a random tree and accidentally get right into the scuff with one of these little guys. I seriously recommend just fishing instead. It's faster, easier, and more reliable. Just find a body of water, drop down a line, and try to stop this meter in the right spot to either miss, pull up an aquatic Digimon, or land on a yellow one to fight a Cardmon. Okay, here's a cute little detail. In the 2003 version, when you successfully land on the Cardmon spot, this little chime will play so you know that you've got a cute little TCG demon before the fight starts. That sound is just not in the American version. I don't know, that's a strange difference. Like the random encounters that you fight in the overworld, these Cardmon will be more difficult depending on what locations you fish them up in. But as long as you can defeat them before they flee, you'll be gifted with a booster pack. Obviously, the quality of the packs, or rather the strength of the cards that you get out of them, will be determined by their category. And you'll get stronger booster packs from tougher card battle opponents or higher level Cardmon, which will toughen up as the game goes on. And this is an element that I see some appeal to, because that's part of the TCG scene that I really do enjoy. Getting a new booster pack to crack open, seeing what new cards you get to add to your collection, getting a whiff of that new card smell. But that feeling is a little diminished by the weird choice to make booster packs impossible to open by yourself. I mean, I guess it gives them something to do, but what's so hard about doing it yourself? Arbitrary and all you have, and how does that make you feel? Okay, actually, that was incredibly mean and rude. I'm sorry. So,
my freaking just stupid. What? So I was like, why is this not closing? Because I pulled out the wrong part. My stupid self. There we go. Luckily, it's only one side, but why did I? All right, there we go. Okay, I see where this goes. Yeah, I got it. Now we're good, as long as I don't freaking drop this piece. All right, let's get back.
Why don't I actually care about this? Well, two main reasons. First of all, the tutorial is sort of terrible. The way it's dished out is just a giant wall of muddled text from an NPC, a far cry from the hands-on experience of learning how to play in digital card battle. And to make matters worse, the first battles you participate in here, while I think we're supposed to just act as silent tutorials after you listen to this guy jabber, are incredibly brain dead, giving me the wrong impression that there would be nothing complex about how this would work. Get cards with big numbers, Big numbers win. That was my takeaway here. Of course, later on in the game, program cards play a much larger role in all of this, especially for opponents that take advantage of specializing in certain color types that might seem weak at first, but with
there
the
we
right
go.
program cards can boost their Digimon cards to insane degrees. But by the time I saw that sort of thing, I just hadn't really been participating in card battles. I didn't see the progression of the system, and that is my own fault, yes, but the weak impression that the system left on me in the start just made the whole thing fade into the back of my mind while I was busy playing the rest of the game. All that aside, the second reason I don't really care about the card battles is they have no consequence. The entire trading card game mechanic is entirely optional, with even antagonistic characters later in the game challenging you to card battles, but if you lose, it's just back to the overworld and nothing comes from it. There's an entire area dedicated to the TCG. There's plenty of card battles to be had, and some of the post-game content revolves around collecting legendary cards and taking on a tournament of opponents, but I had checked out of this pretty early. Once I got close to the end, I saw how out of my league I was, and at that point, because this was its own separated world essentially, I saw no reason to get invested in the Twilight Hour. I would much sooner recommend the full game dedicated to this kind of playstyle instead, even if I find opening booster packs can be pretty fun on its own. Okay, so that whole topic kind of dodged around a few other things in the game that revolve around it, but I did want to just address the mechanic in full as much as possible, as early on as possible, and just like when I was playing the game, focus more on the parts of the title that I found more interesting and could talk more about. Though I did have more to say about the card game than I thought I would. That being said, there is one little mechanic that is attached to the card game that plays around with other parts of the title in some really interesting ways. As you embark on your journey properly, you're going to start getting acquainted with the way battles work pretty quickly. You might be walking around for a little bit and get jump scared by a random encounter, you might be fishing and catch something that isn't a cardmon, or you could talk to an NPC who wants to challenge you and a fight is initiated. Okay, that actually kind of depends. You see, there's this stat that your Digimon has that can change the way characters interact with you out in the overworld, that being Charisma. Now this Gabumon right here would have every NPC in the game bowing at your feet. They probably just kept him out so you wouldn't get overpowered. Charisma changes based on equipment and leveling up, but the effect is how people will act when you talk to them. Most NPCs will have an initial piece of dialogue, like a little tidbit about the world, this old couple that wants to become Digimon, what they like to do when they log into the game, or this one lady who just completely unprompted feels the need to establish that she's not into younger guys. Which, I guess this game doesn't give me Persona vibes after all. There's even an establishment that will only let you win when your Digimon are cool enough, but what they really mean is that your collective charisma has to be high enough. This is worth going for though, because it grants you access to the main city's black market where you can purchase more powerful items and gear, and also opens the way to an auction house where, at certain points of the game, you can enter to bid on powerful items made exclusively for certain partner Digimon. Having high charisma also changes how these NPCs will respond to you once you try to speak to them past their initial dialogue. With lower charisma, they'll challenge you to a card battle. I'm not sure what this game is trying to say about the social status of TCG players, but let's just try not to read too deep into that. Get your charisma high enough though, and they'll challenge you to a Digimon battle instead, opening up the floodgates to a whole new level of mechanics and numbers to dig into.
What's his name?
Spencer. He's a war hero. The Stone Killer.
Today, we begin making Montana a playground for the elite. I'll destroy everything they fought for.
I'm trying to prevent a war here.
It ain't preventable.
He wants to take this place from us.
You're 30 miles from anything. Where are you headed?
Montana. Family.
Just like in Digimon World 2, battles are portrayed with 3D models in a fairly traditional turn-based combat system. Only here, while you do have a party of 3 Digimon, these fights are one-on-one. At least in the sense that only one Digimon from each opponent is active at a time. You can sort your party, with whatever rookie is on top being the one that will start the battle. The fight command will have your Digimon dish out an attack with physical damage, basically their base move. Technique will let you use any techs that your Digimon has learned. Tag will let you swap swap your active Digimon to another one. You can use an item, or you can choose Run to try fleeing from the confrontation, but you won't get any experience or bits that way. Techs can range from a variety of different things, with support stats like buffing your attack, defense, or speed, to inflicting status ailments on opponents, or use an attack based on an elemental weakness or boosted physical damage. There are also healing techs, but these are a little weird because you can't use them on any Digimon that are currently active. So if your Digimon takes a heavy bit of damage and you tag a healer like Patamon, Patamon's healing tech will just heal himself and not anyone else, so it kind of defeats the purpose of having a heal.
Alright, I didn't realize I had a second shoulder, but there you go. These are the shoulders I'm going to go with. Way more detail. Alright, so that part's done.
Class member on your team. What you'll really want to do is stock up on healing items because they'll probably be just as effective as a healing tech and not require learning a specific move. That's not even mentioning your revive item. It seems to be the only recovery item that actually affects your other Digimon that aren't currently in active combat. So say if you're in a fight where 2 of your 3 Digimon get knocked out, your active Digimon can use a life disc to revive them both at once and also bring them back to full health. Not MP though. That's something that you need to rely on the ins for, because you're not going to find much here in the way of MP recovery items, which I find an odd choice. But the ins aren't that far spread from each other, so it's not the end of the world or anything, but having items that you could spend your bits on to recover this sort of stuff wouldn't have been either. Like, if you're trying to balance it, just make those items more expensive. I don't know what the deal is here. And as you'd expect, techs can also inflict status effects like poison and confusion, which are pretty effective. Confusion caught me off guard the first time I got hit by it though, because the music is replaced by this crazy little jingle and your moves are all replaced with other words, and you essentially have to choose between them and happen to choose that one that will randomly be selected to actually result in attacking. Using items here can be tricky, which is kind of funny because there is an item that cures confusion, but that effect is only granted to the Digimon using the item, so do you see the problem here? Now, the effectiveness of your attacks is going to depend on the specific strengths of your Digimon and the weaknesses of the other on the defense. Each Digimon will have a pretty full list of stats to keep track of their attributes. Strength is pretty obvious, but only determines the power of physical attacks. Defense determines dexterity against the same. Spirit determines how strong your Digimon's magic attacks will be, and if you use a lot of text, this is definitely something to upgrade. Wisdom, on the other hand, will determine how accurate your Digimon's hit rate will be with magic, as well as how likely they are to dodge magic. On top of that, you also have various stats based on each element in the game, those being fire, water, ice, wind, thunder, machine, and dark. Boosting these stats will increase the tolerance you have to these elements. Various Digimon will have specific strengths in these areas, usually in the form of text that use said element in an attack. Now, you might be wondering if boosting these stats will also increase the effectiveness of your text revolving around these elements. Man, you tell me. Best answer I can come up with is no, not really, or at least not that I can tell. I think magic strength is pretty much all handled by the spirit stat. The other specialties are just for defense, really. Obviously, by winning battles and earning experience, these stats will naturally go up bit by bit. Every time you level up, you see a little boost in these numbers and your proficiency in each area will increase. Different rookie Digimon will have natural focuses on certain stats, but there is actually a way to grant controlled growth to certain stats for each Digimon. Near the bottom of the screen, you may have noticed something called TP, and no, it's not what you do to your friend's house while they're on vacation. These are training points. Each time your rookie Digimon levels up, they'll receive 5 TP that can be used at a local gym for specialized training. These gyms will be stationed around the world of Digimon Online, run by powerful Digimon, and let you choose specific stats to hone in on and boost. You can also control the extent of the training, using different levels of TP to determine the extent and proficiency of that training. You can choose between 1 TP, 5 TP, and 10 TP to spend at once, resulting in a lower or greater level of growth for the category you've chosen. There is still a bit of a chance factor here, as your Digimon will run through a series of trials they can either succeed in or fail, but they always have a certain number of tries for each stat, and if they continuously succeed in training, the amount that stat will increase can be way higher. I also love these animations. It's such a great little V-Pet aesthetic, and each rookie Digimon has dedicated animations locations for every single type of training. It's one of the benefits to making the Digivolution process center around a select set of ever-present rookies at the center. Yep, I have not forgotten. We'll talk about the Digivolution soon. Now, the types of training available won't be the same at every gym. The gyms you can access in the early game will largely focus on the base stats like attack, defense, speed, and stuff like that. But later on, heftier gyms will grant you access to training the elemental resistance stats as well, where successful training yields even greater rewards. It's worth it to check out the various gyms to see which ones will grant the widest range of stats to enhance, as there are benefits outside of battles that these numbers can grant you, which again we will get into soon. You can also obtain an item called the Training Book from Brown Numamon in a later area of the game to heighten your Digimon success rate during training, and can also earn tickets that will allow you to access different types of training, including super training, at any gym in the game, which is greatly helpful if you find yourself tied to an area with an earlier gym. There is one stat that every Digimon has that I haven't really addressed yet, but that's because I wanted to emphasize it here. Speed. Please train your Digimon's speed. Speed is one of the most crucial stats you can increase, especially in the early game. Your first instinct will be to assume that this increases your Digimon's place in the battle's attack order. The one with the higher speed will get to take their turn first, but it actually goes a step further than that. Increase your speed high enough and overshadow that of your opponent, and you'll find that you can start taking your turn twice in a row, letting you attack twice or heal before attacking without being interrupted. This is already super helpful, but there's still one more reason to focus on this, because your Digimon's speed also controls their blocking rate and physical attack accuracy. I found this out the hard way in a battle with an important enemy that kept temporarily increasing his speed to the point that he was blocking every single attack I threw at him until his stats returned to normal. Get your speed high enough and you can not only stack your turns, though I do think 2 is the limit, but you can also ensure your attacks will hit more frequently and that your Digimon can block physical attacks way more often too. That's the fun part of RPGs like this, isn't it? Finding those little mechanics that you can bend to your will and manipulate, giving you the upper hand in fights, tackling the system before breaking it, controlling it. Wanna know how else to break this game?
Yes.
Accessories can make a huge difference in this title. The Training Book is a good example, but there's a bunch of other ways that you can use accessories to your advantage to even the playing field during battles. You can equip 2 accessories per Digimon at a time, but you can't stack multiple of the same item or 2 items that have the same effect. You can use rings that will boost your resistance to certain elements, or items that add an elemental effect to your physical attacks, and those accessories have an even stronger version that you can obtain later. So you've got an enemy that dishes out strong machine attacks. Equip a machine ring to boost your defense, and a bolt power to make your Digimon more effective in a battle against them. But beyond all of these accessories, there's one that's more well known than the rest, and in one version of the game, I would argue is sort of infamous. Near a desert area of the game, you can find some Tuskmon out in the wild. At this point, my Guilmon could digivolve into War Growlmon and had learned the tech Picking Claw, which has a certain chance of stealing a drop item from an enemy, which is handy for grabbing stuff from certain wild Digimon that have an otherwise rare drop rate for said item. What exactly do you pilfer from these guys? A little something known as a counter crest. Take a little time to grind through these Tuskmon until you can snag 3 counter crests so you can equip them on all 3 of your Digimon in your party, because this will give your Digimon a certain chance to counter physical attacks from your enemies. I don't exactly get what attributes the strength of a counter is tied to, but I've been up against the wall with some really strong opponents who took minimal damage from my Digimon, whether the attacks were physical damage or magic, but as long as they toughed out an attack and countered it, it could sometimes take out the rest of the enemy's health in a single blow. How does this work? Beats me, but you should totally use it. It's just far too useful not to. And here's one of the craziest differences between Digimon World 3 and 2003. See, in 2003, and I believe in the Japanese version, the counter crest gives you a possibility, a likelihood of snagging snapping back against physical attacks with a counter. I don't know the exact number myself, but I've read somewhere that there's a 25% chance of triggering a counterattack, which sounds about right. In the American release of the game, the counterattack rate is a 100% chance. It takes what would otherwise be a pretty useful item and turns it into an entirely broken mechanic. With all of this equipment and training in mind, what you end up with is honestly a pretty easy combat system. Okay, that is as long as you're paying attention to the items available to you and setting your Digimon up for success. Without all of that, you're gonna have a tougher time, but it's really not too hard to make sure your Digimon is ready for most challenges. You can typically balance them out to be resistant to the right effects, be strong with the others, be fast, and be able to counter.
That is interesting. I never knew that. I am going to freaking replay that game. I want to try it. I didn't know you can do that. Okay. I need to watch this video again. Okay. What time is it? 2:45. All right. Okay. Are there any bees needed? Yes, there are. Okay. All right. Let me. There's not going to be any D's. Yes, sir. It's just going to be one D. Okay. All right. Okay. Forget it. I'm going to use all this. All right. Let me just get this done. And then. Oh, yeah. I used to play this game all the time. Like I said, I played this game like 3 times already. Never beat it, but okay. All right. Well, whew, we're good. They gotta wear 2 pairs of pants. Almost went to the hospital just now. Ooh, stuck right in there too. All right, we're good. Whew. Man, make sure when you build, wear 2 pairs of pants. Holy crap. Man, that was about to be bad. I was about to have a bad day. Alright, either way. Yes, I used to play it too. And like I said, I never beat it, but I played it all the time. But I didn't know about some of these things. That's why I'm like, okay, I gotta replay this again.
There's even field items that you can drop to strengthen certain elements in a fight, but I never used them because I never needed to. Now, there are some other type advantages to keep in mind that sort of exist outside of these stats. Like, fire-based Digimon will be inherently strong against plant-based ones. Wind Digimon strong against bug, but there are some that seem less obvious. Like, sure, I guess I see the logic in water being strong over machine, but ice Digimon having a natural boost over Dino Digimon is a little less so, and Dark Digimon having a natural advantage over Dragon Digimon is just something you would have to tell me for me to know it at all. But it's not enough to just focus on training the stats of a rookie Digimon and sending them out into battle. You can bump up their numbers, harden their edges, and give them equipment, but that by itself won't really be efficient, and it would be ignoring one of the staple elements of the Digimon franchise. With that said, it's finally time to start talking about Digivolution. So far, we've seen the use of 2 very different Digivolution systems.
Who did I used to use? I think when I stopped, I had Bearmon, and I got him all the way. It's a Leo, not Leo Graphmon. It was the Mega form. I think did I use Galacmon? No, I don't think I used Gilmon. Gilmon didn't take me. I think I used Agumon. And I forgot the third one. Yes. Marsmon. Okay, yeah. Agumon. I think I switched out Gilmon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I switched out Gilmon for somebody else. I can't remember. Was it Agumon? Yeah, Agumon was one. Agumon was one. And there was one more. I think I did stick with Patamon. No. Yeah, Patamon. Because I remember having Angelmon. No, I didn't have Angelmon. I think I switched him out. Either way. Yeah. We both can agree we had the bear. I agree. He's who I was carrying. He was carrying me through the game, but I didn't know about this. Now that I know about this, I definitely want to play this game again. 110%. I 110% want to play this game again because now I know how to get through it.
In the Digimon World games. Both have shared a common link in that the base form of a creature may hold much more potential than you would initially expect, granted that you're willing to learn how to best build them up into new forms. Branching paths based on the manipulation of nature and nurture, adding specifically trained or focused elements of a foundation to see what new forms can spring from it. In Digimon World 3, your rookie Digimon will always be around. They follow and train with you, they learn and grow stronger from battles, and the more they rise in levels, the more branches of evolution start to open up to them. Let's take Vmon, for example. For a while, this is the only
that's who it was.
from him, but
I used Vmon. Vmon was one I used. I used him a lot.
once he reaches level 5, he unlocks the ability to digivolve into X-Vmon, Pale Dramon once he reaches level 20, and Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode once he reaches level 4.
Yeah, I never got to never got to his Mega form. I only got to his Ultimate.
Now, I don't mean that when X-Vmon reaches level 20, he can digivolve into Pale Dramon. No, I mean when Vmon reaches level 20, he unlocks the Digivolution. As X-Vmon levels up, and yes, he has his own separate levels that grow alongside Vmon, he will get access to other Digivolutions that spring off.
I remember that.
Okay, so the standard experience that your Digimon receives at the end of a battle goes to your rookie Digimon and only the rookie. As you unlock Digivolutions, you can essentially equip them to use in battles, but you can only have 3 slots open for each rookie. You can manually digivolve from your rookie to one of your slotted Digivolutions once the battle begins, but it's way easier to go into your rookie status screen and choose one of the Digivolutions to automatically load up when the battle begins, so you're not wasting a turn with every fight. And when you need to tag to a different Digimon while in battle, you can also choose which of their Digivolutions they'll swap in with for more convenience. It's pretty well thought out. Now, if you have a Digivolution equipped during a fight, your rookie will receive their normal experience, and the Digivolution you used will receive DV EXP or Digivolution experience. How much experience your rookie needs in order to level up will depend on their level, which is normal. So Agumon will need to gain around 85 experience to level up from level 5 to level 6, but will need to gain an additional 118 experience after that to reach level 7. But Greymon would need 10 DV experience to level up every time. Like, he'll just need 10 DV experience for every single level until it reaches a high threshold, like level 95 or something. So this means while your rookie is taking a pretty widespread amount of battles to jump from just a couple of levels, the Digivolution they're utilizing in those same battles is leveling up almost every single victory screen. The balance made here actually comes from the Digimon they're defeating. Every wild Digimon has a certain amount of DV experience they grant when defeated, but they actually gradually reward less and less of it the more powerful your rookie's level is, so the higher level your rookie, they'll receive the same amount of experience from a certain wild Digimon on repeated victories, but receive less DV experience for whatever Digivolution you're training at the time. That might sound like it could get pretty punishing, but it's really not in the grand scheme of things. As you make your way through the game, you'll encounter more powerful Digimon that grant more standard experience and require your rookie to be at a higher level before they begin yielding less DV experience. Okay, that's a lot of words. That might sound complicated, but what it really means is that there's not a ton to track for what you'll need in order to level up your Digivolution's level. At the very worst, the maximum required battles it would take to level up your Digivolution, it would be 10. But that's if you're fighting the weakest of the weak wild Digimon that wouldn't even be giving off enough standard experience to benefit your rookie. Now, tracking how much standard experience your rookie needs in order to level up, it doesn't tell you. There's no indicator for like how much standard experience your rookie needs to get to the next level, which gets really annoying. And I have tried to find charts. A lot of them are kind of all over the place. Some are accurate, some are, it's weird. What you will need to track is the branching paths of Digivolutions for each rookie. There's a lot of guides and charts laying this stuff out, and I'll link to some helpful ones in the description. It's one of those things where when it's laid out in front of you in a visual and readable way, it's pretty easy to follow, but trying to put it into words is a little bit of a challenge. As you level up a Digivolution, reaching certain levels will unlock new Digivolutions stemming from that. If you have a Bearmon as your rookie, and the Digivolution you're using is Grismon, you'll need to get Grismon to level 20 and have Bearmon's base Spirit stat trained to 80 to unlock Kyubimon. If Grismon reaches level 30 and Bearmon has a Wisdom stat of 80, you'll unlock the ability to Digivolve into Digitamamon. Digivolutions are naturally stronger than a rookie, so when you Digivolve, the Digivolutions you choose will take the stats of that rookie and amplify them. This seems to be determined by the specific Digivolution in question, and obviously stronger and stronger Digivolutions will amplify the base stats of the rookie more and more. The slightly confusing part is that the Digivolutions add to these stats, but it's also like these stats are being stacked on invisible inherent stats of the Digivolution. So, for example, a Greymon and Metal Greymon both have level 500 attack. This is after factoring in any amplification that they've done to the stats of their rookie form. Even though those numbers would be exactly the same in the strength section of their respective stat screen, the Metal Greymon's physical attacks is still gonna hit way harder. It's a more powerful form. It's automatically gonna be stronger, but its higher strength is not represented solely by the numbers you see here. Listen, I know it sounds like a lot of stuff, but if it's any consolation, this is by far the most difficult time I've ever had writing a video.
You're good to go. It's hard to name a thing in this lifetime that'll last me a lifetime, but I'll only need one internet.
100% fiber, powered by the speed of light. Switch now to Frontier Fiber, starting at $29.99 per month.
At Harbor Freight, we're committed to keeping our quality high and our prices low. How do we do it? Unlike our competitors, we've managed to cut out the...
Let's get scratching.
Now, you may have noticed, unlocking certain Digivolutions in higher tiers will sometimes require more than just hitting a certain level. Anytime a Digivolution needs a level requirement and a stat in order to be unlocked, that stat requirement is referring to the stats of your rookie, not the amplified numbers of their Digivolution. Let's look at Guilmon's Digivolution tree. I have a Metal Mamemon, and he's at level 40, but I also need a machine resistance level of 190 to unlock Metal Garurumon. Guilmon's machine stat isn't quite there, but when he digivolves into Metal Mamemon, the stat amplification pushes it to over 190, but that does not matter. Guilmon is the one with the stat requirement, and no, equipping an accessory like a ring to artificially enhance a rookie's stat does not count. I tried it on Patamon when trying to unlock Skull Greymon. Your rookie needs to have been trained to that stat requirement either through level grinding or from the use of a gym, making gyms with more training options available even more important based on the Digivolution you're trying to achieve. Now, those aren't the only two kinds of requirements.
I remember those. I remember those.
Certain Digivolution. Sometimes you need to have unlocked multiple Digivolutions for a single rookie in order to gain access to a new one, which will obviously mean any Digivolutions required to get those Digivolutions are also required. Could also depend on getting a rookie and one of their Digivolutions to different levels. Like in Patamon's tree, you would need to unlock Anjouamon and get her to level 40, and also get Patamon to level 15 to unlock Rosemon. The really interesting thing about all of this is that the requirements to reach different Digivolutions will be different depending on the rookie that you're currently using. But every rookie can access every Digivolution. The road they need to take to achieve each is just going to be very different. Like, obviously, as you get Agumon up to level 40, he'll unlock Greymon, Metal Greymon, and War Greymon along the way. But it'll take a lot of legwork to unlock Grismon in that evolution tree, while it was the first evolution I unlocked for Bearmon. Now, outside of just seeing your favorite Digivolution Digimon and enjoying the natural buffs and higher forms, what are the other benefits of going out of your way for certain Digivolutions and leveling them up? That's where techs come in. So every Digivolution amplifies the stats of the rookie that they stem from, but that amplification does not change as the Digivolution levels up. That is all controlled by the base stats of the rookie, so a level 99 Stingmon won't be any stronger than a level 10 Stingmon if their rookies have the same stats. That said, as each Digivolution reaches higher levels, they will unlock new techs to use, something the rookie can't do on their own, and the techs they learn will depend on the Digivolution. As that Digivolution reaches higher levels, they may also unlock the ability to load the techs that they previously unlocked. To do this, you'll once again need to visit Piximon or the Digivolution Center, just like when you were swapping what unlocked Digivolutions your rookie has in their Digivolve slots. But there's a limit to how many techs you can load at once, and they only remain loaded as long as your rookie currently has that Digivolution the techs were learned by in one of their slots. This will allow any other Digivolution being used by that rookie to use those same techs, though they do require more MP to use. It's a handy way of passing certain abilities around, especially if you swap to another Digivolution for the same rookie that doesn't have any techs of their own yet. This loading ability is not offered to every tech though, as Digivolutions, once they reach a high enough level that usually requires a lot of grinding for DV experience, will have a special training technique unique to that specific Digimon, which leads to getting to use some signature moves like Metal Greymon using Giga Destroyer, Imperial Dramon using Mega Crusher, or Pale Dramon using Desperado Blaster. This one got me excited. I am disappointed in the animation for the Terra Force move though. It's just missing a little bit of that spice War Greymon should have when he's in this pose, but it's still the first time I've gotten to see this in action in one of the World games, so it is still neat. There will be times when you get a preview of these Digivolutions and attacks through two different means. The first is through DNA Digivolution, which works a lot differently than it did in Digimon World 2, and in a way will probably feel a bit more familiar to fans of the show. When tagging between two Digimon in battle, if each rookie has unlocked Digivolutions that are compatible with each other, as long as you're already using one of those Digivolutions, you can swap to the other and choose to spend a good chunk of MP to DNA Digivolve them, letting you temporarily fuse together into a new Digimon that will come swinging in with a special ability, like a strong attack or healing up your party and clearing them of status effects. This is a really cool feature, though I will admit, it's something that I found myself using very few times throughout the course of the game. The other method is through Blast Digivolving. There's a meter on the screen during battles that will gradually build when your Digimon takes damage. It's important to note though that if you have a counter crest equipped, this meter will not fill if your Digimon successfully counters an attack. You won't notice this thing budge much in the early game, but as you face tougher enemies and sustain stronger attacks, it'll fill up much faster. Once it's full, your Digimon will automatically blast Digivolve to their next natural Digivolution with access to their special ability, which will cost no MP to use, and their health is restored. This Digivolution will only stick around for a few turns until reverting back to your previous form, but it can really save you at the last second in a pinch by bringing your HP back to max and giving you a little taste of what you're working towards. It's honestly a really cool motivator. I love this feature. I feel like it starts really coming into play once you've got it.
I do too. That's one of my favorite features in that game. One of the coolest things that they do. I agree. I agree with that 110%. Such a great feature.
Better handle on game progression, right when the carrot on the stick is at its most enticing. Not to mention just how cool these Digivolution sequences always are. Like the DNA Digivolution sequence is just neat to see, but there's something exciting about the standard one too. Whenever I unlocked a new Digivolution, I would often keep myself from setting that as the default until I got to see the animation for changing to that form for the first time and hearing the very clear homage to Braveheart. There's a status effect in the game that can actually force your Digimon to de-Digivolve, and honestly, I never minded too much, because at most it costs you one turn and it means an excuse to see this lovingly crafted animation again. I'm pretty sure you can skip it too if you want, but I never did. Overall, I really liked the Digivolution system in this game. It takes advantage of the training aspect, giving it that very hands-on approach I already appreciate about the Digimon World games, and while it can feel really rewarding to plan things out once you have the help of a chart in front of you, the way the Digivolutions branch off of each other maintains that fun element of surprise where you could go in blind, train naturally, and just sort of see what new creatures you end up with. It's both controlled and open-ended, and it's honestly one of the most well-realized elements of Digimon World 3, and an intelligent way to adapt the unique aspects of the Digimon franchise and incorporate them into a more traditional turn-based RPG format. It is hard to explain, and maybe it does really sound complicated, but once you have it in your hands and you start working towards your favorite forms, training those stats and building up those levels, it becomes this really rewarding system that constantly gives you the next thing to work for. And that's when it starts playing into another aspect of progression through the game, and one that's understandably more contentious. Now that we understand the gameplay's core and what ties it together, how do we use these systems and mechanics to walk our way through the game, and how does our journey start to take on new and unexpected forms, just like our little digital companions?
Valentine's Day is filled with the unexpected. Whoa, we're hugging. So sorry about this. How are you holding up?
Not good, Mark.
Oh no! No!
Hertz, rated R, only in theaters February 7th.
This can't be right.
Let's get scratching.
Understanding the gameplay you'll be spending the most time with is obviously important, but the progression extends further than just getting into fights and watching numbers go up. I mean, that is the majority of what you'll be doing, of course, but there is also the context of the world you'll be doing all of it in, and the events that change the motivation and nature of these mechanics. Our first destination will be the game's second little hub, Sirius City. We make our way there after doing some initial training, moving through some pleasant areas, and I even stumbled across a temple in a jungle out there. It didn't seem like there was a lot that we could do here just yet, but I always enjoy being able to stumble across areas that I'll need to come back to later, and still getting that sense that I discovered something on my own. Though that prediction of coming back to places really should have felt like foreshadowing. Along the way, I do come across a cute little log cabin that serves as another inn and save point. So it's nice to establish early on that these will be laid out between major areas so save points never feel overly out of reach. When we make it to Sirius City and try to challenge the leader though, he's not there and is apparently hanging out in the Protocol Ruins, which is that temple that we found earlier. Well cool, I'm glad I explored because now I know just where to go. I'm gonna ignore these guys over here very wisely mouthing off to a random kid that they're here to spy on the functions of the game. Something so ominous certainly won't be relevant later. Once we're in the ruins, we search for the leader and even take on an optional fight against a Pharaohmon. Gotta say, I love the background for these boss fights. It's such a cool backdrop for these more serious encounters, and the fact that the game even has optional bosses to take on is cool. I like being able to put my training to the test, and when the reward is getting my Digimon even stronger through a big fight, it feels like something really worth taking the extra time for. We also get an item called the Old Wand. It doesn't seem like it'll do much good now, but we should hold on to it. You know, it might come in handy later. I do kind of wonder what it's for, though. Well, we've actually wandered off the beaten path, scurried through a maze in the forest, and beaten a pretty big Digimon in the dark recesses of this abandoned structure to find the Sirius leader, and he apparently won't fight us. Yeah,
oh, that's tight, Wolfpack.
Weak and not worth his time. Bro, I will end your whole career.
That's good to hear. Hey, what are you building? Yeah, man, you gotta let me know what you're building right now.
You know, after I travel all the way to the Dino region and fight this dinosaur you told me to take out to prove my worth. Welcome to something we'll be seeing a lot of in this game. Padding. At least Ireno Valley is kind of a neat place to visit, gives me some Digimon World 1 vibes, and it's not too far out of the way where we were, but the motivation here just feels so artificial and lame. Go fight this guy.
That is tight. That's a good start. I mean, yep. I actually want to get that new one that I think it's already sold out though. I wanted to get that new one that just came out with like the attachment, like the satellite attachments. I want to get that one. I'm trying to decide if I want to get the 2.0 real grade. I'm kind of like hesitant on that one, but I do want to get that one with the attachments.
Hey, to fight me. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, hey, we got an old claw for beating the Master Tyrannomon. I wonder what these old weapons are used for later. Okay, now we go back to take on the Seiryu leader, and this time he's actually back in the city where he's supposed to be. Doesn't take too much to take this guy down, and we get a silver ticket for the gyms out of it, but we still have 3 badges to go. Oh hey, we ran into Teddy. That's right, we have friends that are also in this game. I had pretty much forgotten about them at this point. He's going on about being excited that some famous hacker by the name Lucky Mouse is also logged into the game, but that doesn't seem as important as the update that comes next, when we find out that the game, which I will remind you is currently inhabited by people from the real world, is suddenly undergoing emergency maintenance, and until it's finished, nobody can leave the game.
How many of you have seen
Sword Art Online?
Okay, yeah, sure, that's a little concerning, but also not anything we can do a whole lot about right now. Might as well just keep playing the game like nothing's off. Go over to the auction hall, win ourselves a cool shield for Patamon, get some use out of the black market, and make our way past Seiryu City to the gondola that will...
Can we pause and talk about the fact that they say we're going through maintenance and you can't leave the game? I don't know about y'all, but if this was actual real life, I would have freaked the out. I ain't gonna lie. Jeez, it's taking so long. All I gotta say though, be careful of building because crap. I made a mistake. Finally. Jeez. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, it has to be that way. That's ridiculous. Holy crap. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta do it to this one too. Ah. Alright. Alright, now keep playing.
Take us over to the next area. Oh, no, wait, we actually can't use this yet. Apparently, we need a blue card to operate it, and we need to go back to the city to get it from a Guilmon. I just sensed a bunch of people that grew up with this game all tense up in unison. We do get stopped along the way. Our name is getting around, and already this grown adult named Keith decides that he wants to throw down and become the main rival for this child. Wow, it really is feeling like an actual MMO. Well, once we beat him, it's time to go back to Asuka City to talk with this Guilmon that I saw here before, and where the hell is he? Well, he's not here. He's actually over in the inn, where he directs us to his cousin back in Seiryu, so I guess we're going back there. We meet the tricky Guilmon, nothing suspicious about that, and he gives us the blue card. But why is it spelled like that when you look at it in the inventory? I don't know, it's probably just a typo or something. Let's go try to use it. Surprise, it wasn't a typo. We were tricked by the tricky Guilmon. I'm gonna snap his little digital neck. We find another Guilmon back in Seiryu who tells us that the tricky Guilmon is probably hiding from us now, which is probably smart if he has any sense of self-preservation, because at this point, I'm even starting to wonder about my Guilmon. What do you know? We finally find the tricky Guilmon again, and in exchange for letting him live, he gives us the real blue card this time, and now we can actually move on with the game. This is not a totally isolated incident. The game will do stuff like this more than once, but at the very least,
all
this
the
was
time.
the side event that felt the most egregious. There's maybe one other main quest that did get kind of dumb, but this was the one that drove me the craziest. But let's not get too comfortable just yet. Now we can finally enter the gondola and move on to the next part of the game, up until the device suddenly stops and the whole place begins to shake. Without warning, we're attacked by a huge Bulbmon, and this was the fight that I learned the importance about the speed stat, because I spent a decent amount of the fight not being able to touch him. But after that stupid fetch quest we were just on, it was actually pretty cool experiencing a mysterious event, some build up to a larger threat looming in the background. At this point, I was starting to get pretty interested into where the plot was going, because having some strange Digimon just running loose between the main areas of the game is pretty cool in and of itself. On our way to the next main city, we run into a very unfriendly Zombimon. We really aren't ready to be taking this guy on at this point, and we have to run away from him for now. This does start off another quest, one that introduces us to a couple of Digimon and sends us running around a few locations to retrieve the mask for one of them. This fetching errand is not as bad as the last one, especially since some of the events that take place here, like finding out that the Digimon we're trying to help has started causing problems around towns, is actually an Edamon in disguise. It's just a little more interesting than being yanked around by several Guilmon, but it's still tiresome considering you're still running back around to a few different areas you've already been to and explored, including the area you began the game in, and some of the places you need to go to trigger the next event are just kind of obtuse if you're not using a guide. The worst part though is that it's so soon after the Guilmon thing. I was getting really worried that this was something I'd have to be dealing with throughout the entire adventure. We do find out that that troublesome Edamon was actually an imposter, disguising himself as the Sepicmon that we were trying to help. We get the mask back, return it to the real Sepicmon, and he gives us some smelly herb that we can use to ward off Zombimon. Amazing! All of that running around, and all we had to do was force him to smell a spoiled cabbage. The environment here looks really cool though, and from here it's a straight shot.
Asma doesn't want you to be the cool mom.
We arrive at Suzaku City, meet a new character named Lisa who asks us about cute green Digimon and shares her interesting taste, and we find and take on the Suzaku leader. No more running around either, we go right into the fight and get the second badge. I was relieved that making it to this leader didn't send us off on yet another wild quest, but now we have half the badges we need, and we do have a new set of tasks to do, but the events leading up to them and the justification for them are a huge improvement on what came before. We're told that the only way forward to the next major city is through the use of a special Digitama, or as this translation refers to it, a Digi-Egg. But before we can go hunting for it, we actually need to make a return to Asuka City, but the game actually has the decency to warp us straight there instead of making us walk the whole way back. There's still a pressing matter at hand here, that being the inability to log out of the game, which we still can't do, and people are starting to gather around the lobby, stating their concerns about being unable to leave. I do have a couple of notes here, elements that I think could have made this just a little bit stronger. The fact that the time of day doesn't change is a big one, but I do understand a couple of reasons as to why that might not work. One, past games have run with the concept that time works differently in the real world versus the digital one, but we've also seen that the digital world does experience both day and night, but it's also possible that on top of everything else going on in this game, trying to shove in a day and night cycle into the mix could have just been too messy to be worth it. I think a change in the time of day here would really help set the mood, but I at least understand why it wasn't implemented if it was ever even considered at all. Secondly, this should start getting more people to ask more questions. Like, can we be trapped in here at any time? What about our lives in the real world? We already couldn't log out before, but now we're being told that this vague problem hasn't been resolved and we still can't log out. That is an issue. The sense of vulnerability should be really kicking in at this point, and it's not a small deal. And like I mentioned before, it's stuff like this that makes me wish there was more clarification on how people are being transported into Digimon Online. Our main characters seem to be taking this seriously, at least. We finally get to see Kale again, and our friends are starting to play a larger role in the story and are given a bit more presence. They want to bust into the headquarters and try to get some answers from the Game Master. But lost or misplaced Digimon seem to be the only ones given access to those areas, so what if we were Digimon? Yeah, that old couple from before weren't just spouting off random dialogue, this was actually setting up this plan that would show up later. The old couple managed to get costumes that let them play the role of these fancy colored Agumon, and that's going to be our ticket inside. As a matter of fact, that Edamon from before even comes into play here, as he's revealed to be a human himself, and has been
That's done.
Making not only the Agumon disguises for the old couple, but the Edamon disguise for himself too. This also means that this guy was disguising himself as an Edamon who was disguising himself as a Sepicmon. Do people not sweat in the digital world? Ugh, that sounds terrible. This actually was not a twist I had anticipated, but it felt rewarding to see stuff from previous missions come back like this. It made it feel like those weren't wastes of time, and also shows that the actions of our characters are making them more important as a part of this world, using the gears that keep it all right.
2 done. Ah, good.
To their advantage. In return for keeping this guy's secret, we're awarded with our costumes. Look, Ma, I'm an Oblumon. We make our way into the Game Master's chamber back at the lobby, but along the way, we discover that Teddy is missing and Kale has been acting kind of distant. On top of that, we're starting to uncover some conspiracies surrounding the Game Master we don't understand yet, and they seem intent on hunting down this Lucky Mouse hacker that Teddy mentioned before. After being discovered dropping eaves all over this conversation, we're actually recruited into the effort of finding Lucky Mouse, who's been blamed for all the problems the server is experiencing. All the while, Kale is acting more and more detached and secretive, seeming to have her own little mission she apparently needs to go on while we start our quest and head on to the west sector and see what we can find out. I was getting a lot more invested at this point with all the new mysteries unfolding. We knew from the beginning that while the government had apprehended members of this hacker group called the AOA, they would still come back in some way, and it seems reasonable to assume they're the ones behind the strange things happening. A strong rogue Digimon on the loose causing problems, our friend Teddy missing, our other friend keeping to herself and obviously not trusting us with some kind of information, and now we're being recruited to go find some potentially dangerous hacker by the people who seem to be having a hard time running this game. We have the pieces we need to start putting some stuff together, but there's still plenty of information outside of our reach. The only way to get answers is to make our way to the west sector, but we can't do that without that Digitama that we found out about before. This game is not always the best about directing you to your next objective, but moments like this actually do work, where exploring a little and taking the time to speak with NPCs near major areas we visit can give us clues on how to proceed. Making our way back to Suzaku City, we find a girl who mentions the Crest of Reliability. Now, from what I understand, I think she's actually talking about the Digi-Egg. I think we're mixing up some terminology here, but it's pretty easy to put together that the area she mentions seeing is where we want to go next. There's not a lot we can do with this shrine out in the woods at first, but after talking to our buddy Sepikmon, he tells us about how Baronmon can craft an explosive we can use to get into this shrine. But he's all the way back in the Protocol ruins, so yeah, we'll be doing some running around for that. There was a ton of back and forth here, but at least now these were people I was speaking to, not just copy and pasted NPC Digimon. They were characters I had already been introduced to, and the evolving context of goals between each destination kept it from feeling as tedious as that whole Guilmon thing. And I was also progressing in another way this entire time. The one thing I didn't really find myself doing a lot of in the main campaign of this game was level grinding. I was doing a lot of battling, but all while running between these different locations I needed to reach for these quests. I'm sure in a more fleshed out version of these experiences, there would simply be more locations to travel between and the world would be much larger, but there is an implicit coziness that comes from repeatedly doing things in areas you become more and more familiar with. And because I was running into so many random encounters along the way, it felt like there was a balance being struck here that kept me working towards a main goal while also getting into enough battles that my Digimon were constantly getting stronger. It didn't really feel like I had to drop working towards one accomplishment over the other. And when gathering items to craft the TNT chip for Baronmon, we get the ingredients as drop items from certain Digimon that we fight. It works gaining experience into the core missions that we're being sent on. Once we've gathered what Baronmon needs and gotten our explosive, we return to this docile shrine that I'm sure has some sort of divine significance and blow a hole right through the wall so we can get in. Jokes aside, I do really love the way this little area is constructed. As we make our way down into this lower room, we find the Digi-Egg waiting for us, and there's a calm hush sweeping through the air of this place. An ethereal light shining down on the item that we came for and gently disappearing as we claim our prize. It's a nice moment. It adds to this idea in my head that the digital world here exists, or at least did exist, as its own plane of reality with its own history and lore before it became the hub for this commercially available MMO. In all honesty, it really makes me wish that we got to know a little bit more about how the Digimon of this world feel about their home essentially serving as a huge tourist attraction. It makes me wonder if maybe that's an element that was present in the original Japanese text that was lost in translation. That sort of thing has happened in games before. It just feels like it's too interesting a concept to go unexplored. With this Digitama obtained, we can now call on Submerimon, an aquatic Digimon that can ferry us between locations through the use of these docks littered across the domains we've been traveling through this entire time. The way the seabeds themselves are laid out are really very simple, arranged as hallways essentially connecting two docks, maybe throwing a third one in there sometimes that will lead you around the map. At this point in the game, we're opening up a lot of new areas to explore.
Oh yeah, shout out to Chapel!
Really tiresome on foot. So these alternate routes are a great way of easing the tedium, but also rewarding you for paying attention to where you see
that
docks
worked
like these
out.
Before, and using them to your advantage, experimenting with them to see how they'll offer fast and convenient routes between a bunch of locations. I did get a little bit of a scare early on when I was trying to use one of these seabeds to enter a new area, but the game actually froze up on me when I tried to emerge from the water and I had to reset the game. Thankfully, I didn't lose a lot of progress, but it did make me pretty nervous about using this for a bit, but thankfully, it seemed like it was a one-time bug because the problem never happened again, not even using the same seabed. The only thing that feels a little weird maybe is the controls, where you can change direction, but triangle controls everything else, making you move forward but also dive deeper. Releasing triangle will essentially make you rise up to the surface. It's not that hard to figure out, but it does feel a little wonky at first, especially if you're trying to stop at a specific spot, like grabbing a chest at the bottom of a seabed. We can use Submerimon to travel to the next major area, the Badlands, but when we try to enter Byakko City, we run into a little Numamon who tries to tell us to turn back. We don't listen, of course, but we notice that the city is basically deserted with no Digimon, and every human here is a massive jerk. We take on the leader of the city, but that just lands us in a trap room where we're dropped down into a dungeon where the real citizens of Byakko have been held. The people running around the city now are all hostile imposters. Thankfully, it looks like that Numamon from before has been helping the real citizens escape this prison and offers us a hand too, even if it does kind of seem like he's annoyed with us. I mean, we did blatantly ignore his advice. We're directed towards the new haven of the Byakko citizens, the Mirage Tower. But we have to navigate this Lost Woods-style maze in the desert to find it. No catchy music to help us find our way through this either, but at least some marooned Digimon from before instructed us on how to escape back to the entrance if we can't find our way out. Once at the Mirage Tower, we find the real Byakko City leader and are greeted with the incredibly unsurprising revelation that the people in the city now are actually the elusive AOA. Yeah, see, we knew they were going to be coming back at some point. We're awarded with our third badge, but we're also basically instructed to just go find that Numamon from before, so taking this guy on didn't really do a lot for us in the short term. We track Numamon down in a factory and have to do a lot to chase this guy down. He was helpful before, but really doesn't seem to want to deal with us on a personal level, but we're not going to give him a choice. We chase him through rooms, up ladders, down corridors, and when we finally get to this guy, we discover that this Numamon is actually not a Digimon and is, in fact, Lucky Mouse, the man that we've been tasked with tracking down and apparently the scapegoat of the real troublemakers, the Megami Corporation, which is actually made up of AOA members. They're not actually having trouble keeping the servers up. They're the ones sabotaging it and trapping people inside while also enacting a plan that will allow them to use the digital world to gain access and control over the networks of the real world and essentially take it all over. The AOA are the ones who have Teddy. That girl Lisa from before is working with Lucky Mouse, who we learn is actually named Kurt, but the AOA decide to crash this little get-together of ours and reveal they also captured Kale, who is also Kurt's sister, which explains why she was acting so strange before and seemingly defensive when we were sent on a mission to track down Lucky Mouse, but at the time, I actually thought the twist was going to be that she was the infamous hacker. But the fact that she's his sister is still pretty close, so I can pretend I'm smart. The AOA are here to obtain a strange kind of Digitama Kurt has been protecting and are using Kale as leverage to get it. Right now, we don't know what they're planning on doing with this thing, but we don't really see an option other than exchanging it for our friend. Kurt does try to fight back, but the AOA general has some kind of ray gun he uses on Kurt to turn him into a pig. Or I guess more specifically, an Oinkmon, a completely useless and totally non-verbal Digimon that I'm pretty sure only exists in this game, and unlike every other Digimon we've encountered, it cannot speak and can only squeal. It's now one of the most important people on the server with the only means, knowledge, and skill to fight off this core of cyber terrorists is one of these Oinkmon. At least we still have some Digimon of our own, and we managed to fight off our attackers before heading off to go take down their leader back in Asuka City. Trouble is, once we make it back, we discover that the gate to the city is closed off and we can't get in. Well, not the normal way at least. We use Submerimon at this nearby dock to dive underwater and find a secret entrance. But this Datamon we run into feels an arbitrary need to fight us before telling us that we can't actually go this way and need to get a staff pass from Kurt. the guy we just left. So we gotta go run all the way back there now. I guess along the way, we'll pop in and chat with an old friend. It turns out Baronmon can actually change the name of your Digimon for you, but only the rookies. As a matter of fact, no matter what they digivolve into, your Digimon's display name will always be that of their rookie form, and you can't just grant nicknames to every Digivolution you unlock for them, which I was honestly hoping would be the case. See, in Digimon World 2, I did that thing where I named all my Digimon after my YouTuber friends, but this time I was gonna do something else where I was going to name my Digimon after my Patreon supporters. My roommate recommended that, and I thought it was a cute idea, but the way it's set up here, it really doesn't work out, so I guess I'll have to keep that idea in my pocket for a future video. I guess joke names it is for now. Well, Kurt can't do much for us right now, but Lisa tells us to go get some buddies of hers to help find this staff pass, one of whom is Keith. Yeah, that one immature guy from before, and while we do have to track all the way out to go find him, the game at least has the mercy to teleport us back to the secret room once we do. Turns out in their organization, Lisa is in charge of these two morons, and they help her look around the place for the pass, which would be a lot easier to find if this place wasn't such a mess. Oh well, I guess that's just what happens when you live like a pig. We find the staff pass, travel all the way back to Datamon, and he lets us into the secret entrance of the Megami headquarters, where it's time to start getting some stuff done here. We battle the remaining guards, making our way back up to the Game Master's chamber, where we encounter whatever this is. We're approached by some creepy little Digimon called Vemmon, who claims to feed on other Digimon before picking a fight with us. We defend ourselves, but he retreats. We don't have time to worry about small fry like him right now though, as we need to head inside to take on the Game Master, where we see her speaking with some kind of mysterious figure, because of course there's another stronger force above her controlling all of this. Why wouldn't there be? Once we take her down, Lisa and the others show up, revealing that they're basically internet cops, and oh yeah, Teddy got rescued somewhere along the way and is helping them out now. Kinda forgot about you, buddy. But hey, you got out of your little pickle and you're actually helping support the team. Godspeed, Teddy. Sadly, while interrogating the Game Master, we discovered that the AOA was successful in gaining control over the Earth's global networks and are planning to use the Vemmon creature from before and manipulate its ability to fuse with other creatures and technology to destroy the world. Well, what kind of sense does that make? You live in the world. Why would you want to destroy it? That's a little bit of a step up from global conquest, but sure, go off, Queen. How do we stop this from happening? Well, it looks like we need to go chat with some other AOA members and get info out of them, and we start seeing other players in the game forming a resistance, pushing back against the AOA, and with the help of Lisa, even managed to take back Byakko City. We visit the prison to talk to an AOA general who reveals that the Bulbmon we encountered from before is also a part of their plans, as he has the ability to move between the different servers the game is running on and is also causing crazy earthquakes as it's literally shaking the digital foundation the game is built on. In order to find the rest of the AOA faction, we have to follow Bulbmon's path of destruction and move through the now exposed code of the game, and this is really cool. We're walking around through this wild path of circuitry, numbers, and code to travel to the game's neighboring server, which is such a fun idea when toying with how an MMO works. Even on our way here, we started encountering way stronger Digimon, even in the opening areas, because the walls keeping parts of this game apart are breaking, which is a brilliant way to evolve the game's difficulty in familiar areas with the game's evolving plot. Makes it feel more immersive and gives what's happening more stakes, while also offering a greater challenging gameplay and also greater rewards for winning battles. We do encounter Bulbmon again, and he puts up a tougher fight from before, but hey, we can put up a tough fight ourselves and manage to put him down this time.
How do you sleep at night?
On a mattress from Mattress Firm. They have the nicest beds, and I wanted an upgrade. I sleep.
Get matched at Mattress Firm? Sleep at night.
We emerge from the game's code to enter the Amaterasu server, a much darker and more twisted version of the world we were traveling through before. This entire server has been totally taken over by the AOA, and even areas here that would have been friendly and safe in the Asuka server are now more dangerous and hostile. Most of the players in this server have also been turned into Oinkmon, thinning out who we can rely on to help us fight against the attacking forces, but we do run into someone friendly who gives us the Crony ID, which we can use to trick the AOA guards into thinking we're affiliated associated with them. The areas here are laid out like the ones we've seen before, but everything is darker now. The water is all a creepy blood red, and the Digimon we encounter are much stronger. You can taste the hostility in the air. You can feel the looming threat approaching as we start making our way to the server's cities to defeat the AOA chiefs there. As we defeat the first chief and obtain some item called the Blue ID, we're also treated to a scene of what's happening in the real world, as the devices everyday citizens rely on are all starting to go haywire, showing us that everything our enemies are setting into motion are already starting to have real consequences. And honestly, just seeing average people reacting to a huge threat like this always adds a lot of weight to what's going on. Like, it's not just some vague what-if scenario. People are already being affected, and it's causing a panic. It doesn't take long to reach the next city, even using the Blue ID from before to trick this stupid trooper into thinking that we're the chief from the previous town, so he lets us in to go take out his boss and get the red ID badge, also leading us to obtaining a truly important item that we need, the Digitama of Knowledge. This will let us summon Digmon, but he doesn't travel through the water, he travels underground, and we've been seeing access points he can use all over the game up to this point. Outside of just finding the other AOA forces, this was the other reason we came to the Amaterasu server. And now that we have it, we need to travel back to the Asuka server and use this new method of travel to make our way to the server's final city, Genbu City. Okay, before all of that though, I'm gonna go back and change these stupid names back to normal. I just can't do this anymore. Now, these underground mazes are a little...
Alright. Look how loose it feels. All right. Here are the legs. Finish the legs up. Oh yeah, might as well. Cut these out. Because I'm going to need them in the future. Alright, you know I am. So we're going to put those over there. Alright. Now we're on to the waist and then the backpack. Alright, let's keep going.
A little more complicated than the seabeds, but can also be very helpful once you figure out how to navigate them. The way rooms are laid out are very samey, and there's a lot of different turns you can make, causing more confusion than you'd get from the straight shot hallways underwater, but I did find a wonderful guide that helps these underground passages make a lot more sense and will also turn these paths into your best friend, because they open up shortcuts not just between areas that you'll want to travel to, but also between areas across both servers. Once you've got a proper map for these, Digmon's ability turns into an absolute godsend for the rest of the game's backtracking. We've basically maximized our ability to travel in this game, and as we challenge the Genbu leader and earn his trust, we're awarded with the final badge, and we needed to head off to find the teleportation chamber that gives us temporary access to the real world. It seems like the AOA are trying to use their control over the world's digital networks to get access to a huge secret military weapon called the Juggernaut. Obviously, this means that we need to head over there and stop them, which leads us through a dungeon structure where we have to fight off against several knights and witches that are blocking the way. Please let me through. I'm kind of on the clock here. This is more important than whatever you got going on. When we finally make our way through the dungeon and enter the chamber room, we're discovered that we'll only have a few minutes, not including time in battles, to navigate the military base and put a stop to the Juggernaut's launch. It's actually really cool being able to move around in the real world like this, and in a military base no less. I think it's the first instance of actual gameplay set in the real world in a Digimon game so far, but the fact that we can bring our Digimon out here and fight with with them spells some pretty troubling implications if the AOA could do the same. We do work our way through here, and we do battle a lead trooper, but it turns out this was all a diversion, and we actually failed to stop Juggernaut's launch, which was being controlled from a different location while we were kept busy over here. We're booted back into the digital world, and we're treated to an FMV of this battleship setting out to sea, the streets of the real world barren and quiet as the people have all evacuated.
Alright, I'm stopping it here because I have not got that far and I want to see the rest. But I will check out Digimon 2. Because I doubt I'm ever going to go back to that game. Plus we're almost done, so...
crowd pleaser. And we guarantee you'll love the quality or your money back. So join in and score Kroger brand products with a taste worth celebrating. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
What amazing ideas do you have buzzing around in your head? Turn your ideas into reality.
Have you ever encountered a task where, when you tried to take it head on, you were faced with a feeling, a realization that you may be dealing with one of the great trials of your life? And I thought the Digimon World 1 video was an ambitious project. Now, I knew a few things going into this. I knew it wouldn't play like the first one, like pretty much at all. I knew it was a dungeon crawler, was held down a bit by that old PS1 RPG jank, and I knew it was grindy. Very grindy. I can't just breeze past this. While I got a lot of excited comments from people who couldn't wait for me to get to Digimon World 3, almost everyone who commented on the fact that I'd be looking at the second main game in the series, including the people that really liked it, warned me about this game. So, you know, I got nervous about this one pretty quick. But let's not jump to conclusions here. Maybe I ended up loving this game. Maybe I formed a pact to destroy every copy of it. Only one way to find out how this game left me. Thank you all so much for your patience while I put all this together. It's finally time to look at Digimon World 2 for the PlayStation. There we are, Digimon World 2. The box art is a little basic, nothing bad, but it doesn't really stand out in the way the first one did. Maybe the Japanese one is a little more interesting? Well, I mean, it's got more going on, maybe a little too much. I still might add it to the collection at some point. I still think the best box art we gotten was the Japanese box art for the original game, and I don't think anything has come close, let alone surpassed this. I'm really happy I got to add this to my collection. And that's the only interesting thing I have to say about this. I just really wanted to show it off. Look, it comes with a trading card. Now, like I said before, this game, at least mechanically, doesn't have a whole lot in common with its predecessor. So all that stuff about V-Pets, evolution branches, training, developing your home base, and how all those mechanics feed into each other that I spent a really long time trying to learn and explain, throw them all out. Don't need them. From what I've been able to find, the first and second Digimon World games were announced at the same time, and it stands to reason that they shared a similar development window. Now what's interesting is that this game was released in July of 2000 in Japan and May of 2001 in the States, about a year after the respective releases of those games in those countries, but this also slated Digimon World 2 to release the same day that the second Digimon Adventure series started airing in America. Kinda makes you think there was something to capitalize on for this shared release, sort of like you would for a movie tie-in game, but no, not really. The only O2 representation we get in this game is Vmon and his evolution line, and I mean, people like Vmon. No European release this time though, which I found kind of odd. The first game actually wouldn't release in PAL regions until 2002, the year after this sequel came out over here, and that port is actually pretty notorious for having some game-breaking issues that would halt progression and even make the game impossible to complete. I can't help but wonder if maybe that had an effect on the second game getting a wider release in other territories, but my Google searches kinda ran dry and I wasn't able to find concrete answers on that. At least Digimon World 3 was able to make it to Europe, but we'll have to get further into that another day. I sure would love to know what was going on behind closed doors though, because the direction Digimon World 2 decides to go in is so different than its predecessor, and based on their shared announcement, this new direction must have been decided on really early on. So it begs the question, why? Actually, that single word question came up a lot while I was playing this game. When I said I would be reviewing this game, just about everyone told me I should play it on an emulator. Save states, being able to speed up gameplay, I even had some recommendations to use a Game Shark. I decided to not do that. I played this game on the PlayStation 3 like I did for the first. I've got an original PlayStation and a PlayStation 2, but the PS3 is the easiest to record from with its native HDMI connection, and it's still free of any shortcuts. I wanted to play and analyze this game.
Another completed. Another one down.
As is, trying to put myself in the shoes of the kids who played this game back in the day without the ability to skip things or fast forward them. This is also partially why I decided to skip the Game Shark, because not every kid had those back in the day. I know I didn't. I still allowed myself to use community-made guides, partially because it still fits the...
Another one done. Oh shoot. Two more clean. All right. Let's keep going.
Era. This main guide I would check out for tips every so often was last updated in 2002, so there's a very real chance people playing this during its original release period were referring to this guide. I still mostly try to rely on my own intuition and sort things out for myself, but this guide did come in handy on more than one occasion, so big props to Sugianto Yosep for putting this together. I wanted to take a fair and honest look at Digimon World 2. I don't want to ignore the fact that modern tech can alleviate some of the issues this game has, those are relevant, but the main goal was to actually analyze what the developers put together here and what the consequences or benefits of those decisions were. Booting up the game, we're treated to a pre-rendered FMV, and it's a good first impression. Honestly, these Digimon are rendered and animated really well, and I kind of have to appreciate how much is going on here. There's not as much being done here to establish the world we're in and how much our player character connects to, well, anything, but the 3-on-3 battles are on full display, and there are some references to stuff we'll actually be doing throughout the game. At least in parts. Some of this feels like it was just kind of here to look cool, which, you know, fair enough. But I was waiting for pretty much the entire game to see why they were putting so much emphasis on this Were Garurumon, like he was some sort of central antagonist, but such a thing never actually happens. Which is especially funny, considering they end this scene with some real foreshadowing to something that does come up later. I like that moment too. Whatever this little image here was portraying was in the back of my mind throughout most of my playthrough, and I like when a game can do that with its intro. We don't waste much time when booting up a new game either. Our character is already being escorted by a mentor named Zudacorn to see one of the leaders of whatever this facility is. Canonically, this boy is known as Akira, but I don't want to be having painful hallucinations throughout the entire journey, so let's just go with Wayne. So it turns out, this is our last training mission before becoming an official tamer on the guard team in our home of Digital City, defending it from hostile Digimon that can be found in the surrounding dungeons or domains. This final mission is to go to the boot domain and destroy Leomon. I love it. The rule of Leomon must die is so tried and true in this series that the first thing we're told to do in this game is to kill him ourselves. Once we're in the boot domain, okay, wait, no. We actually gotta go talk to our mission chief, Carol, real quick so she can approve us for departure. Probably could have just sent us right to the first area, but hey, gotta establish some characters in their roles, right? People don't always move this slowly in this game, do they? They do. Alright, now we're here in the boot domain and introduced to our main mode of transportation when maneuvering these areas, our trusty old tank known as the Digibeetle. No, that explanation can wait. It doesn't take long before we run into our first wild Digimon. We don't really have random encounters in this so much as we'll run into other Digimon out on the field, and once occupying the same terrain, you'll take turns moving until you're in a close enough proximity to start a fight. I actually do like that this training mission gives us a trio of fairly powerful Digimon from Zudacorn's team. It's a good teaser, a little taste showing us what we can achieve later on with enough effort put into raising our own digital creatures, and I also think it's really cute that his Digimon already have nicknames. I actually didn't even notice that until going back over the footage. Battles are handled in a pretty standard turn-based way here, and it's kept pretty simple from the outset. Again, a lot to say about this, but we gotta introduce a few other things first. You might actually notice that this game lags a little when you're choosing attacks and such. Like, don't get me wrong, it's kind of impressive having these detailed models all on display and animating like this at once, but,
Yeah! remember that
it's
one.
taking everything in this game to just make this stuff happen. There's long pauses between everything here, and the fact that you can literally hear the game struggling to keep things moving might be the funniest and most fitting thing about this. It's also kind of foreshadowing. After the battle, we're introduced to floor portals, which we'll use to move on to the next floor of the domain, and we find the hostile Leomon very quickly. This is a pretty effective tutorial, showing us the basic mechanics while not dragging its feet too much. It doesn't show or explain everything, trust me, there's gonna be plenty more introduced later, but it gets the fundamental gameplay premise across both swiftly and effectively. With Leomon defeated, we return to Digital City and are assigned with our own Digibeetle, and even given a chance to name it. Now let's see here, Gunner is fine and all, but it's a little basic. Not really feeling high wind either. Ah, there we go. Squamp. A name like that will strike fear into all those who... Hey, don't you mock me. We're also instructed to choose between one of the 3 guard teams to work under, the Gold Hawk, Blue Falcon, and the Black Sword. The main difference here is the Digimon you start with, the items your chosen base will sell you, and how easy it'll be to Digivolve for that team's main specialty, as Gold Hawk will specialize in vaccine Digimon, Blue Falcon in nature, and Black Sword will focus on virus Digimon. The team-specific items mostly revolve around stuff that will help you recruit new Digimon of that specified type or provide buffs to them. This also literally only matters for the beginning stages of the game and becomes completely unimportant later after you unlock a new area. So from there, it really just changes the way your base looks and the music you hear when you come back to get more missions. You can't even enter the other bases after you've chosen one until they open all of them up for you in post-game stuff, but at that point, why bother? I chose the Gold Hawk. I've got a bit of an affinity for the vaccine Digimon, and they start you off with an Agumon, and I love Agumon. There's actually a decent amount of time spent here as you get acquainted with each team, as you're required to speak with each of them, and they give you little speeches about the values of their group, and once you've made up your mind, you're also introduced to some other tamers around your age, those being Bertrand and Joy Joy. Bertrand very quickly establishes he's going to be the token jerk rival for about 10% of the game. He's not nearly as important in the grand scheme of things as he thinks he is. We also get a rundown on the Digibeetle, and again, I'm waiting before we get much deeper into that. And then finally, we can move on to explore a domain properly. Except, how do I... Oh, do I have to talk to this lady every time I want to go outside? I can't just get on the elevator and get into the Beetle myself like a big boy? And this is where the goodwill of that opening tutorial, not wasting your time, starts to run out. The way a lot of this information is established is very slow and very in its own world. That last bit there, showing that you'll need to speak to this lady and walk agonizingly slowly to or from your Digibeetle every time that you go to or return from a domain is just a taste of what's to come. And a lot of it feels like the game just trying a little too hard to take its world and immersion seriously. It's fine when a game really wants you to feel like a part of the setting, like you're interacting with it in the ways the characters realistically would, but when that continuously comes at the expense of comfortable pacing, it becomes less and less of a justifiable priority. Better make sure you get acquainted with the Tamers Club. You'll only have a reason to walk in here like twice. I don't even think that's an exaggeration. Here's the Coliseum. Here's the Digimon Center. Oh my, forgot about the Digimon Center. You can come here and trade Digimon. Not like with friends, I don't think. Just like at very specific stages of the game, they'll have really specific Digimon that you have to have a very specific Digimon to trade for. I think I used it like once, and then I totally forgot about it after that. And the things I've listed so far, that's a small example of that problem in this game.
Here's to a healthier me with these must-haves for healthy days. The Aura Ring 4 gets me going in the morning. The ring, along with the Aura membership, helps me prioritize my long-term health goals. It tracks more than 30 biometrics, so I get personal insights that help me know what my body needs. The design is so sleek and it's so comfortable, I didn't even realize I'm wearing it. Healthy days need healthy meals. The Ninja Detect Power Blender Pro whips up the smoothest smoothies and so much more. BlendSense technology detects and adjusts blending time, speed, and pulses for perfectly smooth results. The Withings Body Smart Scale keeps me honest with advanced body composition. I get a comprehensive view of my body with metrics like body fat, water percentage, and all the masses, muscle mass, bone mass, and lean mass. And data from every weigh-in appears automatically via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth in the Withings app. Lastly, I approach every day with a clean cut, thanks to Manscaped, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Essential Scale. It comes with the...
So, that's the
Boom. Alright, Got that done. Okay. Oh, here's what I was talking about earlier.
Till it's cool, just cool, into the mouth. Nice.
No, 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 no. Wait. Wait. No, 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 no. Wait. Wait.
Oh. Okay. Sure, let's try. That's too early. Too soon. Alright, let's check this out.
Digimon and Pokemon seem to share a lot of similarities. Fans of both would be quick to tell you that the two worlds are actually quite different, but they both definitely took similar journeys. They are both creature-battling franchises from Japan. They both feature a metamorphosis-like power-up called Evolution. They both have Mon in their names, in reference to the word monster. They both dropped around the same time from the mid to late 90s, and they both really blew up here in the United States around the turn of the century. Despite having an obvious affinity for Pokemon, I've got a lot of great things to say about the other Mon franchise. The early Digimon Adventure anime had a significantly better story and character arc compared to Pokemon, and it was just a straight up better show. And while their catalog isn't as deep as Pokemon's, there are a lot of great Digimon video games out there, and I especially enjoyed the recent Cyber Sleuth titles. But one thing is very different between the two franchises for me, and that comes with the trading card game. I'm a card game guy. We literally started this channel by talking about card games. One of these two card games is one of the absolute largest on the planet, lining hobby and chain stores, constantly updating a digital video game client, and hosting a worldwide tournament series every year. The other didn't even last 2 years. What on earth went wrong? Let's talk about it. Today's video is sponsored by Dollar Shave Club. They're helping us get that bread, and they're helping me with a problem that I've got. The same way that Digimon can grow more powerful and change forms over time, I always figured my facial hair would do the same. There's just one problem. Instead, what I got was this. Thankfully, Dollar Shave Club has you covered for all your grooming needs. Shower, oral care, deodorant, and most importantly, shaving. Dollar Shave Club sent me their Ultimate Shave Starter Set, which is a great way to deal with all things shaving in one spot. The set includes their weighty executive handle with high-quality 6 blades, 1 ounce of Dr. Carver's Prep Scrub to exfoliate dead skin cells and help prevent ingrown hairs, 1 ounce of Dr. Carver's Shave Butter to give you a close shave with 0 razor bumps, and my personal favorite, Dr. Carver's Post-Shave Dew to provide hydration and refresh your skin at the end of the journey. Despite how close this shave was, the dew reduced my usual post-shave redness a ton. If you're interested in helping the show, or maybe devolving your own neck beard, visit dollarshaveclub.com/thejwits to get the Ultimate Shave Starter Set for only $5 and round out your personal grooming routine by adding any other high-quality products. After that, the Restock Box ships full-size products at regular price.
How are we doing?
In order to understand why the International Digimon card game, otherwise known as the Digibattle card game, was a complete and utter failure, we first need to talk about the original Japanese card game it's based on. To this day, it's one of the most beloved and supported aspects of Digimon in its home country. The original Japanese Digimon card game goes by many names. Its official title is simply the Digital Monster Card Game, abbreviated to Digica for short. It's probably most known in the West by its rule set title, Hyper Coliseum, which I'll be using for the rest of this video. Hyper Coliseum was made by Bandai and released in 1999, which was a prime time to strike for TCG popularity. Magic the Gathering and the Pokemon TCG were the only real global TCG hits at the time, and the Japanese market was proving that there was absolutely room for more. Hyper Coliseum released almost right alongside Konami's Yu-Gi-Oh!, which would become an international hit that's still printed today. But in an ironic and somewhat relevant twist, Bandai actually printed the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game in 1998 before losing the license to Konami. This is right around the time that Yu-Gi-Oh! Shifted from a series about all games into one that was just about card games. Bandai's Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game was, to put it kindly, absolute trash. They didn't have a ton of rich card game-based source material to go off of, so their Yu-Gi-Oh! Game pretty much became a game of fancy war. You threw down cards, high numbers win, it's a baby game. The reason that Bandai's Yu-Gi-Oh! Is relevant here is that Digimon's Hyper Coliseum feels like a direct upgrade to it. It's still fancy war, where two players try and throw down higher numbers at each other to win battles, but there's a much more robust system of evolution, types, abilities, option cards, and just overall strategy. Players spend each turn planning cards to evolve or add boosts, and then they conduct a battle. One of the things that makes this game unique is that both players take their turns almost simultaneously instead of waiting for your opponent to finish their turn before you can act. It's kind of funny because 20 years later I'm playing Legends of Runeterra and thinking, oh, that's pretty cool, but they were doing this back in 1999. The Digimon themselves are generally grouped by their three primary types, A for vaccine, B for data, and C for virus. They fudged the original Digimon rules a little here, but in general, these three types work in a rock, paper, scissors triangle. In Hyper Coliseum, you and your opponent each fight with just one monster at a time, evolving it up or swapping it over the course of the game. Each monster has three different attack types, which change depending on what type your opponent is. A attacks are the strongest and C are the weakest, but using a C attack brings your opponent's A attack down to 0, so it works as a counter. Like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Hyper Coliseum offers a limited number of slots for setting face-down non-monster cards, called option cards here. Your option cards are then sprung into battle one at a time, ideally allowing you to boost your attack score or change your attack type in order to win that round of battle. The loser of each round of combat loses score, which drops in multiples of 10 from 100 down to 0. Just like Magic's life or Yu-Gi-Oh!'s life points, the player that drops to 0 points first loses. There's also an interesting clause that promotes resource management. Instead of losing when your deck runs out of cards, like in most major card games, here you're forced to devolve your Digimon to its lower stage, and then you'll create a new deck from your discard pile. Since deck size is only 30 cards and you refill your hand to 6 cards every turn, keeping a tab on important remaining tech cards is crucial. Hyper Coliseum is by no means perfectly balanced or even perfectly designed, but it's quick, fun, and themed well around the way that battles between Digimon and Tamers happen in the show. Oh yeah, this game was a major influence for the Digimon Tamers anime series. These cards were so popular in Japan that they became a major part of actual Digimon canon. One of the most crucial things that supported Hyper Coliseum right out of the gates was organized play. Bandai ran frequent tournaments for the game in various Japanese hobby shops, giving players a system to improve their Tamer rank and test their strategies against new metagames. These old tournaments were surprisingly well documented despite starting as early as the year 2000, and if you're interested in learning more about the history of the tournaments themselves, I highly recommend reading this article written at digimonworld.org. I've left a link for it in the description, but it's a great read if you're interested in the topic of the Digimon card game whatsoever. Having a competitive community around a card game is huge. Giving your players the option to attend tournaments or events in order to play your card game is what can really push someone from a casual collector into a lifelong fan and participant. New Hyper Coliseum card sets were printed frequently, and were released in a variety of formats, including starter decks with exclusive cards, traditional booster packs, and Bandai's very own vending machine system, Card-Ass. Okay, I know it's pronounced like Kadurasu in Japanese, but when they spell it out in English, it's just Card-Ass. You cannot unsee it. Hyper Coliseum ran in Japan from 1999 until 2005, with over 15 starter decks and 25 booster sets. That's a respectable run in its own right, but even that number is deceivingly low. In fact, the original Hyper Coliseum game still gets new cards now. Almost every year, starting around 2013, OG green card back Hyper Coliseum cards have been printed in several promotional packs. These bad boys dropped just last year for the 20th anniversary of the game in 2019. Look at that! Brand new cards, same old card ass. There's this whole dedicated segment of the Digimon community that we never got anything close to outside of Japan. While Japan celebrates their card game's 20th anniversary, it's been almost 20 years since the English card game died. Before we drop a massive dump on the English card game, I do briefly want to talk about the history of the Digimon card game video games. At the turn of the century, video streaming over the internet was still in its absolute infancy, so if you wanted to learn how to play a card game in the late 90s, you had two options. You could do a bunch of reading and hope you comprehended everything, or you could just learn the game through a video game. One of these two options is a lot more fun. When I was growing up, one of the first ways I really started to get into the Pokemon TCG was through the Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy and the Pokemon Play It PC game. Ugh, yes, it's that.
Thanks, appreciate it. I agree with that. I agree with that. And we're definitely going to hit that goal. 1,500 followers, 100 viewers. Gonna happen one of these days, mark my words.
Game. It's so easy to clown on these cutscenes, but I promise, the actual gameplay was a legit way to learn this game. And while early Yu-Gi-Oh games didn't quite follow the rules that we know today, they eventually made a million different games that did. So you might be wondering, was there a good resource to learn the Digimon card game through video gameplay? You bet there was! In Japan, introducing the Digital Monster card game. It's portable, it's got great pixel art, and it follows the original rules for a satisfying campaign. Just one problem. Digimon was Bandai's thing, so of course it had to go on Bandai's exclusive console. That's right, the freaking Wonder Swan. There's a good chance you've probably never seen this thing in your life, and that's because the system never released in the West. This obscure portable device was Bandai's attempt to compete with Nintendo's Game Boy. It had great battery life, and it was more powerful than a regular Game Boy. It did sell a couple million units, but its market share was virtually destroyed in Japan by the time the more powerful Game Boy Advance dropped. Because this game is Japan only and on an extremely obscure Japan only platform, most Western Digimon fans have never played it. There is a chance though that you've played a Digimon card video game. This bad boy. Digimon World, Digimon Card Battle. What we received in the West is technically the second of two PlayStation Digimon card games from Japan. Both of these games feature a side storyline and campaign that at first glance looks just like Hyper Coliseum. However, when you take a closer look, it's definitely its own animal. It still uses the one-on-one battling and the rock-paper-scissors attack structure, but that's one of the few things these games have in common. Digimon monsters have their own individual hit point values in this game, and you always choose which of your 3 attacks that you're going to do. Digivolving works differently, the deck doesn't recycle when you run out of cards, and the win conditions are also completely different. This game had kind of a double-edged sword. There's awesome 3D animations for all your favorite Digimon when they battle, but the animations are so slow that if you want to plow through the campaign, you'll eventually turn them off. Give me any video game with pack opening, card collecting, and deck building, and I'll have a good time with it. That said, this game did not tie into the physical card game or help players play the physical card game in any way. And that's going to help us transition into the final chapter of today's story. I've tried to gather every reason that I could find to figure out why the Digimon card game failed in the West, despite succeeding in Japan. So we can go ahead and drop one reason down already. Boom. No video game tie-in to help learn the game. But let's move on to the physical card game itself. At first glance, the cards seem pretty similar to the Japanese ones, but the closer you look, the more you'll realize that Digibattle is a dark funhouse mirror distortion of Hyper Coliseum. Arguably the biggest misstep for the Digibattle card game comes from the way that the cards were distributed. Bandai ended up using Upper Deck as their main distributor for the game in the West, especially North America. Upper Deck was a massive distributor of trading cards, but they printed almost 0 trading card games. Almost every product that they had handled up to this point were sports cards. I'm not sure which of the two companies is at fault here, but Digibattle had a really low distribution of cards in actual card and hobby shops. Sure, they were easy enough to find at major retailers like Walmart and Target, but I never once saw the card game at a game store the way that I did for things like Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and Yu-Gi-Oh! By far the largest setback for Digimon card distribution came when Bandai and Upper Deck split up. After just 2 booster pack sets, Bandai split from Upper Deck and said, fine, I'll do it myself. There was a sizable delay between Booster Set 2 and Booster Set 3 during the company switchover, which absolutely murdered what little momentum the game had very early into its lifespan. To add further confusion to it all, Digimon cards Booster Set 3 and onward were redesigned. They had a very different look on the front, and even slightly different card backs. Between the delays and card swaps, this third series and onward for the Digimon card game was printed a lot less than the first two, and they've become genuinely hard to collect today because of it. Japan's game saw 26 booster packs, not including the newer promotional sets. In the West, they got 6. By 2002, Digibattle was scrapped, and Bandai began producing a completely different casual card game called Detector. And then about a year after that, there was the Western exclusive and uncreatively named Digimon collectible card game. None of these games lasted very long, but it still blows my mind how quickly they struck out when copying that original successful Japanese formula. While some players at stores might have had their own decks or their own tournaments, there was nothing official to bring fans together. Here's where Pokemon's choice of distributor in the West, Wizards of the Coast, really shined. Magic the Gathering was practically built on the foundation of hobby shop tournaments and get-togethers, and they leveraged that knowledge quickly with Pokemon, creating league play and tournaments where players could meet other fans, share strategies, and collect promotional merch. I even saw commercials for them on TV. My family went to them all the time, and it's a major reason I ended up getting into the competitive card game. Eventually, in 2003, Pokemon cut ties with Wizards of the Coast. They said, fine, I'll do it myself. But they did continue running leagues like Wizards did, and their tournaments and organized play continued to expand year after year. In yet another interesting fact, bringing us back to a familiar place, Upper Deck got their chance at a new trading card game in 2002. Unlike Digimon, Upper Deck Entertainment wasted no time in making sure that Yu-Gi-Oh! Was consistently supported with league and tournament play. Look at all these tournament reports on Pojo.com. Digimon had nothing like this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans today might notice that Upper Deck doesn't run the game anymore in the West. In fact, they haven't for over 10 years. That's a whole video for a whole nother day, but
Pojo, I ain't heard that in years. Holy crap, it said Pojo. Oh my god. I wonder if any of y'all even know what that is or remember. Oh god. That's an old website.
But, oh man, they messed up. They messed up so bad. And then, of course, Konami said, fine, I'll do it myself. Digibattle looks a lot like Hyper Coliseum, and they literally took the card design from Japan's Hyper Coliseum, but for some unholy, unspeakable reason, they took a perfectly functional and perfectly working trading card game, and they changed the rules a lot. Almost every change they made to the game makes the game worse, in my opinion, and it's absolutely baffling. The biggest change by far is that instead of bringing your opponent's life points down to 0 to win, you collect points and go up to win in this one. I have no clue why they completely inverted the main objective of the game, but it creates all kinds of wild interactions that weren't originally intended. For example, some of the strongest megas in the early Japanese metagame were able to heal your life points by evolving them. In the English game, they score instead. You can damage someone.
Shield's done. This one's clean. Boom.
To undo a heal in the Japanese game, but you can't undo somebody scoring in English. Another bizarre change is that they did away with the exact same ABC system. The new circle, diamond, square setup looks the same, but it's odd to say the least. That old rule that lets C attacks turn A attacks to 0 power is gone, completely altering the interactions that some of the original cards had. In Hyper Coliseum, you filled your hand to 6 cards a turn. In Digibattle, you draw up to 10. 10 freaking cards in a game with 30 card decks. You're gonna spend each turn of this game looking like the Uno meme guy. With that much draw, you're almost guaranteed to access busted cards every turn. And you know how the Japanese game had those 3 option zones where you picked 3 and only 3 spots for your option cards before a battle? Those are gone. You can play an unlimited amount of options every turn now, and instead you and your opponent just take turns slapping them down. It's just straight up card game gluttony. Like I said, the Japanese version of the game is not a masterpiece, but it's a fun, light game with some strategy elements. This game is just chaos! Literally,
another one done.
Made this game cherished in Japan, from
cleaned
console
off
releases to official tournaments to video games to actual mechanics of the actual game, were lost in translation along the way. These 2 cards might look the same, but their stories are a world apart. I can't help but think about how things could have been different if they handled the international card game for Digimon better. But as always, thank you so much for watching my content. I guess we've got a bit of a trend going on this channel where we look at the history of dead tabletop games, and I always enjoy researching and digging up this kind of stuff. I'll see you guys next time with more gaming content.
Another one cleaned off. See, done. Boom. All right. We're at the very end. Okay, okay. Okay. Cut this off first. Two. Then. Holy crap, I think I might be done. Yep, I think this is it. Yep, and this one's cleaned off. Alright, let's go ahead. This together. Oops. No, this is going before. No, this goes in first. Then this goes in. Yes. And then goes in where? Ah, crap. Damn it. Hold on. Damn. Okay. Now. Right, yep. Okay. There we go. Any stickers? Nope, no stickers. You go right here. And then oh, stupid. Yeah, that's all I need for it to drop all over the place. And let me... turn that off. Because we're literally at the end, so we'll turn it off. Alright. Because right this I gotta go. Boom. Alright. Done. Jeez. Okay, where's the safeguard stuff? Okay, this fell out. Alright. Let's go ahead and clean all this up. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Oh, I dropped the gun. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and clean all this up because I'm done. Grab the gun. Alright. I'm mad I messed up the freaking red stick. I was going to use red, but I jacked it up. I messed that one up. Either way, we're done. Go ahead and put all this up. Oh, no. Yep, no. No, that's right. Okay. Oh yeah, of course we got this too. Where is... Alright, where is the... Oh, there it is. Alright, it's time to put this one together. Let's go ahead and put it together. Okay. Let's get the body and the torso. Boom. Then we're going to take this one off. This one. Ooh, I don't like how that one feels. Okay. Gonna add in the legs. Cool, cool. The arms. The backpack. Well, I don't know. I think I'll put the shield on. Oh, the shield, arm, backpack. Do the backpack next. Right there. And last but not least, the head. Again, I am mad I couldn't use the red eyes. I'm upset about that because I messed with the red eyes, but there you go. And these are extra pieces I'm going to need for later. If y'all know, go look at my shorts and you'll see what I'm talking about. Why do I not see my mic levels? Where are my mic levels? Here we go. Okay. Alright, so that's it. The next time you see me on here, I'm going to be playing a game. But anyways, I want to thank y'all for y'all checking out the live stream. Gonna shout out a couple people that showed up. One I can't pronounce your name, sorry man, but we're gonna go with Crocky. Shout out to Crocky. Shout out to Myth M Dash. I'll just call him M Dash. I don't know how to pronounce his name or their name. Shout out to Golden Angus and shout out to Wolfpack. Thank y'all for showing up to the stream and being a part of it. Definitely appreciate it. And with that being said, let me go ahead and do this. Boom, so you know where to find me at. Is that it? Yep, here it is. Oh, wrong side. There we go. There we go. No. I did it again. Either way, I want to thank y'all for checking out this video. Definitely appreciate it. Ooh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Now we'll stop this real quick. Alright, there we go. So with that being said, I want to thank y'all for checking this out. Definitely appreciate it. How are we looking? Yeah, I think it looks good. I hear how it looks on screen. Let me turn it just a touch. So at least it looks nice on the way out. I mean, at least nicer. It's not perfect, but whatever. It's fine. You're gonna be able to see it soon in a better setting. Anyways, let me redo this again. Boom. So I want to thank y'all for checking out the live stream. Definitely appreciate it. Next time I live stream, we're definitely going to be playing games. That's for sure. Definitely appreciate it. I don't know what else to say except I want to thank y'all. Yes, I am going to try. I'm going to try to stream a lot more. Make sure to check out the Unknown updates on my YouTube channel, Unknown Game channel. Make sure to go there, check that out, because I will be talking about some things that it's going to happen next month. There's not much else to say, except I just want to thank y'all for sticking with me during this live stream. Of course, next month, make sure you go over there to vote for the next Gundam I build for the next live build. That will be happening next month for sure. So that poll should be out February 1st. And I don't know what else to say, except I just want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely had a good time. Always having fun building. Again, the next time you see me do a live stream, the next live stream I do will probably be a gaming video for sure. I'm actually in the process trying to figure out what's the next game I'm going to play. I don't know yet, but I'll figure that out pretty soon here. But yeah, make sure to if you're over here on depending on your platforms, make sure you like, subscribe, follow. You know, help me build this community, help me build this channel, help me build this brand, because once I hit certain milestones, I have a feeling you're going to like what I have planned for the future for sure. But I do want to thank y'all for checking out my live build. Again, we will be doing another one sooner than later. And yeah, other than that, I'll see y'all in the next video. Oh, and also, Kick. Hopefully you're getting something, because the truth of it is that I can't log in. I lost all my login information. So if it's streaming, it works. If not, oh well. But either way, we're good. And I'm out of here. Y'all have a good one. And yeah. Oh, also, make sure to check out. I know I'm going a little longer than I should, but make sure to check out. Make sure to come to the channel next month. I want to say February 1st around 2:30. Something pretty cool is coming back, and I think y'all are going to be happy that it's coming back. I actually showed a preview during this live stream, but you'll see. It ain't gonna be that long. But either way, enough with the updates and everything. I want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all, and I will be back probably next week with another live stream. I'm going to try to. Not make any promises, but I'm going to try. All right, y'all have a good one.